Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum bum. Facility 3827 is a great, exhilarating place. So stop reading every single message, comrade. Go ahead and get out there. Get up and go find the world. Carl said as he tried to unjam his X key. Carl's over here. You spawned me a car.
В небе вместо авиации поднимутся трофы и сипухи со специальной пилотажной программой. Парад будет транслироваться по всем теле- и радиоустройствам. Дорогие товарищи, сегодня московский машиностроитель.
Why is there so much shit out here? Certainly not free roam.
Однако после Великой Отечественной войны все изменилось. Красное Знамя стало первым столичным заводом, на котором началось массовое производство роботов после
Cargo, boom. Easy clap. Another talking cow? No? No. Give me another car. Why is there so much shit out here? It's literally all the way the fuck over there. But this is the other side of the complex ground.
Who's the man? Thank God.
This is indeed the other side of the ground. Because that's the lake, that's the hawk. Yeah, this is a fucking complex area. They've got all this shit here to the left. It is technically another area. No confirmation if I'll be allowed to explore it, though. So what I should do is, while I'm over here, and since this is the collective compound, is I should just go and check this shit, because it looks like the network for this is already down. Where's the small one? There it is. See, now that I've got a ranged weapon that can still do melee at a distance, this feels so much better with electricity. What the fuck? Ouch. Where's your loot? No loot? Aww.
Please select the desired procedure.
Hello. Got a lot of Fat Man ammunition while I was in there. Okay. More than likely, whatever it is I need to communicate with, I can't actually use. I was saying, whatever is over here, I can't probably actually use because all of the things are down. Yeah. Hurt Doc's flipping backwards. Let me accidentally run out of goddamn electricity. Whatever it is I need to do to access the test facility, I won't be able to do while the cameras are down. For a second there, I thought this thing had an autistic rock dog, but no. It was just taking off like a rocket. The upside of this is that if I can loot this early, I won't have to worry about looting here. In general. What was that target I saw? That looks like an object for later. When I moved left and right there, it looked like I could see. Yeah. I'm not crazy. I am seeing that, right? I am not crazy. Whatever that is, it's an interactable, but it's hidden behind a monster closet that disables interaction. So if I'm supposed to interact with it, it's something that I'm supposed to interact with when I come here on time from when I'm supposed to be here. Honestly, not shocked I'm able to sequence break, or like, well, I'm going to say this is a sequence break. Is it a sequence break if the game allows you to go to a side of the facility that is basically quite literally open free to roam, but isn't closed off? Still, I would say this is most definitely a form of sequence breaking. How would you get up there? Of course. Do I just climb straight up? No. So all these should be down. Most of them are. And there's another camera system over here. Is it that the hawk is down and it needs to be put back up? Or what? That's the real question.
Fucking leap of faith.
Yes, it is, and I made you take it. A couple things in the background here for all identifier. Got him! Ooh, is that the combat music of this area? That's a banger! Holy shit! That is so good! Why can't you guys have music like that all the time? Instead of this cold, atmospheric nothing. Yep, he jumped the railing. Ouch. Covers me in poison too. Anything else? There. Do 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 do. How are you, chat? I had kind of a non-eventful and eventful day. A person got angry with me on Twitter, as they do. And basically gave me the perfect opportunity to dunk on something that they could not brag about. Besides that, I was able to make a lot more progress on the bulk of videos that I'm releasing. Some of them are videos that basically I collated together from content that I saved on my phone from TikTok. Other ones, different.
This is unusual. The conversation of a living man with the residual memory of the deceased is one thing. But the conversation of two cadavers is something I haven't seen yet.
I'm actually okay.
Of course you are. Everybody says that. Residual fluctuation.
You're an expert, huh? If no,
Hardly know. But a wealth of
hey,
I presume is precise.
Interesting concept. I think the player character's probably dead. A dead cadaver. That's being, like, extremely heavily motivated with polymer. And that Sechkov is actually using him from a distance. He's kind of like a not zombie. That's what I think. Need more content to know. But I have a feeling that's probably one of the legitimate endings of this game. I don't want anybody to spoil it for me. I think I've found everything I can in the village that I have access to for now. Can't do anything here, so we gotta drive back. Fuck. That's not the key I was looking for. Sounds like the Russian Beast Boys. Beach Boys. Why did I say Beast Boys? What are these? Is this the solar farm? It is the solar farm. Ouch. There are cats fighting outside my window.
Trooper flinching.
A kitten? I don't hear it crying. It's definitely solar farms. I have to manually check on foot to see if there's anything out here. Can't climb up that structure. Part of this is walled off, which probably tells me no. Still need to check anyways.
They're increasing their sensor range. You've triggered their sensors, Major.
I need to not be standing here. Oh, it's gonna drop behind me. That is a lot of... That's 2 ducks and a lumber. I got this.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
We've known each other for so long, but never spoken personally yet. Many
That's
cases.
the voice. I know we talked on Twitter.
Yes, Twitter. But I don't think we've actually been able to speak on a microphone. Hi, Tina.
Oh. No, definitely not.
Many such
To be
cases.
fair, though, I don't get on many Skype. God, I'm old.
Women, we are both old.
I know. I'm always surprised, like, when people I follow on Twitter have announced how old they are, because I just think I'm ancient. So, but I have people who follow me, and they're like in their 40s, and some are in their 50s, and I'm like, oh, holy shit.
I actively had to open up an age calculator because I legitimately, while a girl, you could probably see on the timeline because it was like the last thing I did before going live, but a girl on the timeline today decided to have an argument with me over probably one of the stupidest things that people have tried to yell at me for, but not one of the stupider ones in memory, but probably one of the girl what you doing kind of ones. There's this woman, I can just send you the tweet because if you look up the thing that I posted, you'll just probably see the replies because she started mass blocking everybody who follows me on both accounts because she wants to avoid being dunked on because she said something really dumb. And I decided to call up my ex, who I'm not only amicable with, but am talking to. And I'll just leave that conversation there. Don't want to give away too many things because after people have made attempts on my life in the past, I don't want to risk it, even if it seems like an angry person. But this was the last thing that I sent her. And then the actual conversation that she's mad about, that all this stemmed from, was from this post. Man, I hate Twitter in the way that when you have a thread with somebody else, that you are trying to look at your own posts, if you want to, like, click back through all of the things that you said, you can't because they blocked that one thing, but you can still see all of your threads where you're talking. I hate it when they do that, because I just want to go to my fucking tweet. I don't care if they block me or not. Just give me the ability to click back through my own shit.
Yeah. Oh, my personal favorite when they block you is when because they say something snarky and then block you, but you still get the notification. You can read the blocked tweet. And it's like, that doesn't work. I know what you're trying to do, and it's like, motherfucker, I can see your tweet.
This girl just couldn't block me fast enough, honestly. She tried to block me fast, but couldn't block me fast. And then, when I held her accountable to her dumb tweet, because, you know me, I record things when I get really lazy and decided I no longer want to type. I'm not wasting 256 characters on you. I'm going to use 2 minutes and 20 seconds to explain why you're a dumbass. She got mad because of this conversation. Because there's a run-of-the-mill e-girl, in this case, a really old e-girl. Black woman making ass worship fetish porn, bragging about, and this is in the screenshots, bragging about finding a man, in her case, a non-broke loser, who would pay her way through life, pay for her $4,500 apartment, because he's of value and of worth, while she literally is complaining about casual, cis men being treated as a transaction, and sex with them being treated as a transaction until they prove themselves worthy. So the girl that she's trying to defend, her value of worth is, I get to run his pockets, I have a 100%, 0% emotional effort relationship, I'm a sugar baby, he pays my way for everything, and that's a real value, man. If you don't pay for me, ew, ugly incel, this girl came along and typed this comment saying, I hope you're not trying to imply that she couldn't afford her rent based on your calculations, as she didn't just say that people who value you will help take care of you. And I tried to make it clear to her that, one, she misread my tweet, where I said, this is environmental storytelling. Because if you go to the tweet that she's trying to talk about, that this comes from, what I actually said was, bro, I don't care. You're trying to sell your coochie on the internet for the price of a medium combo hamburger meal, and I can just say no? Like, why can't you respect men's boundaries? And she went to my second tweet, and she thought that my criticism was, haha, you're not making any money from this. One of my real criticism was, bitch, your shit is ass. Get that man to teach you marketing. This is not appealing. I do not want to even invest the throwaway money just to see what you're showing, because I can see it for free. This is not worth your time. Because if he really supports you, if he really cares about you, any man who's willing to support you, not saying that all men should, and I don't even have an opinion like that, because I've already done my porn. Nobody will ever find it. But, if a man cares about you, and he wants to support you doing sex work, right? If he's all about that, if he's right next to his queen, and he sees somebody basically post content that looks like this is the quality of the work that you're posting on alternative websites to try and entice money to pay, would you buy that for that price range?
Not for that price range. Here's the thing. When it comes to porn, I'm very cheap. So, like, getting me to pay for porn, it would be a lot, because you can just get it for free if you really need it that bad. And I never really need it that bad. But, like, no.
Like, I'm just being dead ass. I'm sending you basically all the 4 pictures that I put in my second tweet. That right there is environmental storytelling. She told on herself, Tina. She told on herself. And me, being an astute man, I said, what the fuck? You better get that man to help you. And her mind said, you're saying she's broke. Yes, she's broke. Of personal character. And her shit's bad.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against sex work. If you do what you got to do, and you know, it can be a good profession for some people. For me, it's a no profession. I would never do it because it makes me feel very uncomfortable. But that's just me,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not to shame anyone else. It's just I don't. To me, that stuff is very private, and I only really want my partner to see it. So that's kind of how I feel about it personally. But like, good on anyone else. But for me, like the thing that kind of pisses me off about this is that she's saying that a guy isn't worthy if they can't pay for your lifestyle, which uh, to me, so in my relationship, I'm in a long-term relationship with someone for 7 or 8 years because I always get confused when we started dating because we started dating in a really weird way.
How'd that happen?
Which I know, well, because we were like. So we were long distance relationship, and we talked about seriously dating for a while, and then but we were kind of like, well, let's just see how it goes, but we're not exclusive with each other if something comes up, and then like a couple of months later we became exclusive. So we kind of have two start dates. Nothing happened in between that period either. I just was struggling with the long distance part, and we're still long distance. He's in the United States, by the way. We're not that long distance.
Where are you
But,
right now? Canada?
I'm in California.
Okay.
He's also in the United States. He's in Georgia. So.
Oh, he's
for
in
me,
my state. He's in my state.
Yeah. Well, for now, he is finished. And the reason he's still in Georgia is because COVID kind of screwed us up because he was supposed to move out sooner, but his classes for his college kept getting delayed due to the COVID and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just been a struggle. But he is taking his last semester, and then he'll be out here soon. So we've been together for a long time, is the point. But
It's a security
and
relay.
my relationship, I make
I'll
a
tell the
shit
tour
ton
guide
more
you
money
were,
than my
here
partner,
still.
and that's. I don't see it as transactional. He's not dating up by dating me by any means. It's just our money together is our money. So if he's doing well, it's like, oh yay, more money
Yeah.
for both of us. If I'm doing well, it's the same thing. I think it's when it comes to a partner, it should be about what that partner brings, and it's not always monetary.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, if there's a man who's willing to do a relationship, I cannot for the life of me be the kind of person who would go into a scenario where a woman expects me to pay for every single thing, and she's going to sit there and effectively do nothing. And it's not even emotional labor. It's like the labor of housekeeping, the labor of financial awareness and planning, the fiduciary emotional labor duty of I come home from work fighting as a child of God, or whatever you want, child of sin, and you can't even give me a honey, I'm home, how's your day? What are you here for? What are you doing that I cannot have a fleshlight and 3 Ona holes and a lifetime supply of anal lube for? Like, what? What are we doing, sis? What's the move? What's the bop?
There's definitely a transaction in relationships, and it's kind of if you're a stay-at-home partner or a partner with a side gig, you're still working. It may not be something that you're getting paid for, but the work that you're getting paid, you're doing, like keeping the house clean, taking care of kids, or running a side business, a side hustle, or something. Like you're still doing something to bring value to the relationship. So I don't know. The idea of one partner bankrolling another partner, it has always been, well, one, it's very dangerous because that's how you can get into financial abuse. It happens to women a lot, where they get into relationships and men will and I'm not saying it doesn't happen to men, because it does, but this is just way more common with women because I'm from the South and this happened a lot, where they would get in and they would be like, I'll support us both. You be a stay-at-home mom with the kids, and then they do all kinds of screwed up shit like cheat or whatever, or just become abusive. And there's just like, well, where are you gonna go? You have no money. You have no job skills. You haven't worked in years. You have nothing for your resume, which is true. So it's kind of a trap. So I'm not saying both partners have to work, but you should have some kind of understanding, whether that be if one partner is not working, you like split your money evenly so they have something, because otherwise it kind of runs the trap to be very financially abusive for some people.
I find it to be weird that a lot of the times we end up finding these kinds of weirdos on Twitter, because it's always Twitter. And even since I've been using TikTok more to, like, propagate my content, and I don't like using that word, I hate the word content, Tina, but propagating my content, which is slur for Carl posting videos of himself doing the same shit he does on Twitter, but now posting it on another platform, then cross-posting it everywhere else. I always find it weird that we find these conversations and these ideas from this personality and mindset, because after all of that, her response was to start the Darvo method, and then to also start what, I'm not sure if you know who Kevin Samuels was, but he called it sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right, which is like the operandi of black women in general. Not always black women, but sometimes the women, or as I call them, the girlies! Specifically in that octave. Like, the girlies on the internet talking shit about everybody who think they know everything about everyone! Because every time they see anything from men, they only ever see things of this! The girlies! The girlies always will post that kind of content, and then will insist that an incel is when I'm wrong and you're right, but I can't say anything back to you, so I'm going to say you have a little dick. Or I'm going to insist that there's something mentally wrong with you. Or I can't speak against any of your arguments or any of the points that you calmly, perfectly, and succinctly laid out. I don't know what all those big words is. I just know that you had the audacity to record yourself. You had the audacity to reply. Look at you! Look at you! And my brain no longer cares. Maybe year 1 Carl would have cared. Year 2 Carl would have cared. Like, right fresh out of high school Carl. Me, near fucking 30, I no longer give a damn. I'm going to use what Fed experience I had to start profiling your account, and if after I start hitting all your personal pictures, I'm start seeing the kinds of things like I found her posting, which is, hi, this me. You know, those 1 to 2 like photos that you posted at like 5 in the morning because you just went out with your friends, and you know, you felt cute. You know, the unironic felt cute might delete later pictures. When you say shit like that, and I compare it against this, something's not clicking. Someone's immature here, and I know it's not me. And the freedom of understanding and knowing that they will not only miss the point, or, you know, just outright try to avoid the point and obfuscate that they don't know what I'm talking about, and then insist that there's something wrong with me because of the point that I explained, laid out clearly, and set up in a way where it's like, no, you can't evade this. You must respond, and if you don't respond, that means you gave up and you no longer want to have a conversation. You just want to insult me. The fact that she tried to block my account after saying that shit was proof enough that I had to call that amicable ex to get her on the phone to be like, and how many times did I just send you crawling up the wall trying to run away from me? Oh, that many? No problem. Because she just gave birth to her child, and she's groggy, and I felt, maybe I'm doing a little bit too much, but no, you have to do that. Because I feel like over the years, at least within the last 10 of them, maybe cut out the first, like, 3 of, like, 2018, 2019, and 2020, because COVID made some people fucking stupid. Not like COVID, the disease, but the way that people reacted to it. They just like, no, everything I see on the internet is true. Nobody would ever lie to me. Nobody would ever misuse stats to try and justify their worldview because they're really upset that they got curved by that one guy that they liked. No, they would never do that. Lying on the internet? Like,
I just think general cabin fever too. I think people genuinely went insane from the antisocialness.
Mm-hmm. And there's just this is an example of one of those times where it's like the all-accessible e-boy says something that should be obliviously true to every single person who sees it, but the one person who probably needs the advice that he gives the most is going to get upset that he dared make a personal take that was based on, well, you see, you're not very mature because you seem to want to defend a woman doing city girl behavior, and like any man of value is not going to go for that. And it's not because he doesn't want to pay the way for your life. It's because you offer nothing to him. Because you, by claiming this and thinking that way, you're trying to bypass his boundaries. Because people like to say things like, "Yep, I can sell my nudes on the internet, and you don't have the ability to say anything. Yup, that's how consent works. She still won't fuck you though." And it's like, but I don't want to fuck her. And that goes right out of their head.
It's true. I mean, so you can't stop someone from doing sex work, but at the same time, there are people, and I mean, you can like people can say that they're, I guess, you know, I don't know what ist they would be, but you know, people don't let. There are a lot of people that are, if you do sex work of any kind, they're gonna not like it, and they're not gonna want to date you, and that's just the truth. I mean, that's just how it is. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's definitely a preference. I wouldn't say now if you're mean to a sex worker for no reason, then that's different. But like as far as just wanting to not date them, I mean that's also fair.
It's
Like
it's the difference between if Riley Reid, for example, because I know I post a lot of the jokes that I make inside my house and around the grounds of my domicile when I'm shitposting on the internet. But there was a particular interview that Riley Reid, the known porn star, the one that raped a kid and like bragged about it.
yeah, I remember.
I think either she is still pregnant and about to give birth to her first child, or she is still pregnant and she went onto a podcast with a person and another person, and I think her partner, or it's like one of the podcast hosts, and she was retelling a story about how a person that she used to date didn't want to kiss her when she came home hot off of a porn shoot. And I think that was the one where like I took a cup of icing and like spooned it into my mouth off camera to like simulate a nut shot. If you haven't seen that one, it's up on my TikTok. I can send you the link for it, because if you just look on Twitter with, I think, either Caramel Cajun or First Player Carl, and just put hashtag Carl posting, you can find all my Carl posts. It's not very old. But, the entire joke there is like, bro, if I date a porn star and she comes home hot off the presses from work, she's probably going to be sticky with nut, and I'm not going to want to probably bother her either, because for her, sex is her job. So, like, if she throws a hip out because she's getting pounded by Owen Gray, you know, Alphabet Leg. I'm not sure if you know porn stars by their names, but he's the one with the alphabet leg.
I know Riley Reid, but that's about as far as I'm not super. I'm not approved or anything by any means, but I'm not super into porn enough to know porn stars unless they do something notable that makes the news.
See, I know Owen. I know Owen Gray because when in Atlanta, where all people like to tend to go if they don't go to like, I don't know, fucking Texas to like host their AVN awards, because they always do those in Las Vegas, but occasionally they'll do like expos here in Georgia, and they'll choose like Bankhead or Buckhead or just Atlanta proper to have like underground sex parties, which is where most of my sex work experience came from. I was a non-breeding bull. Use your imagination. I shouldn't have to explain it there, but
no, I know what that is.
But
I say I'm not a prude. That just means I don't watch porn a lot, but I know the terms.
Yeah, but if your partner does sex work and they come home fresh from the sex dungeon or fresh off a porn shoot, will you want to kiss them straight in their mouth? I know I wouldn't, and that's not because I'm a prude. It's just like, why?
I would probably
have a shower first.
I would expect they would take a shower. Yeah, if they didn't take one at the studio, because I have no idea how these things work. I'm not in the film industry. But if they don't take one at the studio, that would be the first thing I would expect them to do when I get home. Because to me, it's the same thing as coming in from like working in a coal mine. They're hot and they're sweaty and they have shit on them, and it's just like, hey, go take a shower. You smell.
Mm-hmm. I know that in the 90s it was a lot easier because there was like that one well-known American porn star that is like, I think was either engaged or married, and like all the married ones now are like Lady and Laz Fire, who make their own shit out of their homes, and then there's always like those married gonzo couples that like make the really bad staged amateur porn. I can never find a person who somehow just makes actual, honey, you want to fuck right here, right now kind of porn. It's rare. It's gone. We lost it because of all the people bitching at Pornhub. But the way that it's supposed to be is they go to the studio, they either are prepared in robes, and they have to start to get all the scenes that they're going to do for the shoot, because they chop the full, like, 90 minutes up into pieces, and that's what gets uploaded multiple times onto every single porn website, whether it be a legal one or not legal. No, the ones like XNNX, Spank Bang, Pornhub, obviously, and like all the ones that be affiliated with them. I know that RedTube was a really well-known one before it got folded into Pornhub Aria back in 2013.
wasn't there XX Hamster? Was that
Yeah,
one for
yeah,
a
XX
while?
Hamster.
I
That's another
made
one.
that.
That's another one.
I was like, that I haven't been like around there in years, but I just remember that one, the existing something hamster,
Yeah.
and it wasn't anything weird. It was just sex videos of
Yeah.
people, but
Just the
I feel
same
like
like male and female ones, yeah.
I feel like we have to specify that now because of the zoo files stuff. But it was like, no, it was just humans.
The furries make everything worse. But they go to the studio. They get ready on set just like they would do anything. If they have to use like porn tricks, like using fake cum to get the money shot because the guy can't either one hold the nut that long, two already nutted for like another shoot earlier in the day, or has to hold it for like a really big money shot that they've been contracted to do later in a shoot day, or they have to like make multiple cuts and takes because, you know, it's a fetish website like Evil Angels or Wood Rocket or whoever, Axel Braun, the porn director that always has really good movie quality costume suits for his actors to wear. That one. I'm sure you know who Axel Braun is.
I think they sound familiar.
Remember the Captain Marvel porn parody?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the guy. All of his stuff, that's him. That's the guy.
Those aren't even sexual to me. Those are just funny.
they're like, the suits are so good, and it's like they're gonna destroy them, ripping them apart to like get the sex angles, and it's like, bro, why don't you just go work in Hollywood costuming? Especially,
I wouldn't like watch them, but I unironically love those. Like I wouldn't like watch them as like a family movie night or a situation or anything because they are still porn.
Mhm.
But I like seeing clips from those like film parody ones or show parody ones because they're just fucking hilarious. They do nothing for me, but they make me laugh like crazy.
Yeah, but the way that it works on a suit is that they go to the studio. You know, if they've already done negotiations on the contract, you're there with your agent, you sign the contract, everything that's contractual in it, yep, hand job, facial, 30 minutes of this, and this, then 20 minutes of this, and this, and it's going to be put out throughout an entire shoot, whomever is directing and whoever's working catering, you know, fluffers or not. You're going to do the shoot, then you're going to either take a shower in the studio or you're going to go home and you're done for the day, or if you have to do repeated shoots, they're going to, like, stage them in blocks, just like any other, like, production work. Because you're going to have multiple people, like, doing a lot of shit. Like, it's like the August Ames thing, where if you're doing scenes with men and women, you have to negotiate this in your contract, and you're going to be doing with the company. It's going to be already discussed, like, ahead of time, but they're having the final handiwork done because you need to have consent. Because I think in the modern-day porn industry, not compared to, like, Ron Jeremy's time, but this industry is extremely big on consent, and it has to be, because I've seen so many people, so many mutuals of mine, some people who don't even realize I'm mutuals with them, some of these porn stars and actresses, and actors even, they will have people stalk them religiously to the point where they will try to get in on those fan shoots that happen occasionally, you know, where a female or a male star will have sex with a fan. But it's like they have to screen religiously for stalkers because it happens all the time. This industry is so big on consent. They are like miles ahead of where they were like years ago, and that's just the Georgia scene. I have no idea what's happening in California now, but I know from research from when like I was still visiting over the summers as a teenager, it was worse. They still use that as a form of trafficking, the lover boy technique, where they'll find like an assistant who will get a girl into the scene by saying, hey, all you gotta do is just do some nude modeling. You come in for this and like you take a couple of photos and we'll send you with $5,000 because we'll have this working through all of these different lingerie things. They get them there on the set and the guy who they happen to be dating will be like, actually, if you want to like do some extra shit, you know, the casting call kind of things, you want to do some extra stuff, I can be able to get you some extra money. They sign a couple papers not realizing that they just signed a contract for the shoot in the NDA, and then all of a sudden they find themselves deep in the industry, potentially abusing drugs and fucked over because for some of them, they put all their faith into that. And like, I'm not sure how much you paid attention to Andrew Tate, but that's exactly how he built his empire. But in his case, it's webcam.
paying attention, but from the the very minimal research I did with Tate, I was like, yeah, this guy's a sex trafficker. He's got like 6 women who have basically come out and said they were held against their will. There's probably more, because there was this like, I remember talking about him briefly because I did some little research and I was like, yeah, he definitely is. And I had people come to defend him, and I was like, bro, no, like he's a scumbag, and it's not just me being like super judgmental. Like there's actual evidence. And,
like he and his brother.
I don't think the Romanian government is framing him.
Like he and his brother Tristan admitted, yeah, we moved to Romania because we could be able to just throw some money around and be able to skirt the legal system. And him and his brother both actively bragged about, yeah, we have bottom bitches that came through. They were the ones that helped us set up everything and they were very adamant. You have to have the woman be the one that sets them up on it because it cannot be the guy. You need to have your bottom bitch be the one to do it, and that way you'll be able to control them. And we'll have them doing this because I can't have my girls going out and do this, because if they learn how to do this on their own, they're going to try and go out and leave you. And if they try to have a boyfriend that they happen to deal with, if you just try to a 100% professional relationship with them, no, you can't have that. So you have to have sex with the girls. You need to have them all emotionally manipulated to you, and you have to have control of them. And if you don't do that, they're just going to try and up and fuck you, and there goes your business. He actively discussed shit like that. And in context, bringing this back to what we started with, because I don't want to just make this a Tate conversation. All of that concerned.
I just remember it was. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just remember it was really weird that people would defend him, and I'm like, he literally has an interview where he says they moved to Romania specifically so they would hide from the cops. Like, he's not doing things. He's not doing good things. No one says that unless they are doing something they shouldn't be.
But, like, after all that in that conversation, like, she tried to avoid all of that in reference, because they almost always do, and tried to bring it back to, no, you're just upset with this because you think you're one of these guys. And it's like, I remember way back when I was, like, 19, 20, about to start college, and ended up getting involved with Twitter more because I didn't use Twitter actively. I was still using parts of my real name before the docs even, because after the infamous docs, I didn't have a choice. I had to use my face as a public persona because she didn't allow me to do that. Thanks, private investigator that doxed me and Richard Meyer. But even before,
Wait, you were doxed during the infamous thing?
Yes.
Either we weren't following during that, or because I don't remember. Or I have a shit memory. So
we were not like very buddy at the time. You were aware of me, and I think we were just Twitter mutuals, but we didn't talk. But yes, Lauren Tiffany Atencio Cooper, who is the daughter of Richard Atencio.
I know who Infamous is.
Yeah,
she didn't talk to me, but she made my notifications hell very briefly. Because she stopped when I started talking about how her dad was an oil baron. Yeah. That scares her away, because then she can't pretend to be a weird communist.
Like, I found out who she was because one of my federal agent contacts was like, Carl, somebody just looked up information about you on our database. And it's like, really? Who? And I looked at where it was coming from, and I'm like, who would investigate me from Cypress, Texas? And I'm like, wait, Cypress, Texas, that reminds me. What's your last name? Atencio Cooper. Why does this sound familiar? And then I remember a picture that her dad took with the foreign secretary of Russia, and I'm like, oh, that's your dad? And she got really fucking upset.
And she denies it hardcore, but like, she's been doxxed a couple of times. You can find. I'm not gonna tell people where to find that information, but you can find that information. Like, she is literally the daughter of an oil baron.
Can I tell you a secret? Actually, it's not a secret. It's more like information you'd have to get if you did like a deep dive for 12 hours on Kiwi Farms. She wasn't doxxed. What happened is that some fucking idiot, unconnected from the farms and unconnected from any of us, knew that she was formerly an assistant working at Briggs & Velasquez Accounting in the area of Texas. and decided to try and brag about this to terrify her into deleting everything that had a personal tracker to it, because they wanted to be like, ooh, look at me, I'm an internet bad guy. But she lives down the street in the condominium, because I'm not sure if you remember, I think it's the Dusty Smith interview, but that really, really bad interview of hers where she's wearing the really fucked up wig years after putting on
blue wig.
the fucking weight.
Blue wig.
After putting on the fucking weight, after being like a fag hag at all of the conventions where she would cosplay Dream Daddy characters, especially the Wine Mom. That apartment that she did that interview from is literally down the street from her parents' 1.6 million mansion, paid in her father's money. And she was revealed not because somebody doxed her, but because people found the news clippings from when she was on the newspaper as the treasurer of her university's tea party. Because, if people didn't know, Rymphimous went from the far, turn those fire hose on the gays, your adopted daughter will be ashamed to have gays for a dad, that's not the word she used in the sentence, but gays for dads for you, when she was still far right on PerezHilton.com, to the left wing screeching, I want my 5 Twitter scalps a day! I need my 5 Twitter scalps a day! You get me those 5 Twitter scalps a day! And she got angry and tried to dox me, and couldn't do it well, so she paid a private investigator, ironically the same private investigator that doxed Richard Meyer, as you know, your boy Zach of Comics Matter, because I made fun of her for not knowing anything about comic books, and me just starting to school her about the very same people that would then go on to write books like I Am Not Starfire. It's a big circle of cope, man. It's a big circle of cope. It's all interconnected.
I remember briefly being in that community a couple years ago. Not as a member, but as more an observer who would just kind of pop in when they were being kind of dumb. Because here's the thing, like I've had arguments with some really dumb people, and like some very like, they just don't stop. Her followers literally didn't stop. I think that was the first time I used the mute button, because for like 6 months, they were like crawling around in my replies every once in a while, and they would reply to stuff that was like not even relevant.
Mm-hmm.
It was so bizarre.
It's
just a circle of people that are even more online than me, which is fascinating.
It was weird for me. Like, all of this is still technically weird to me. I feel like I shouldn't be who I am, but then again, lo and behold, what happens when you just give one very, very confident black male the ego to keep going? It's weird whenever I get into those situations where people will start making accusations of my character, and it's like, I tell the truth whenever I talk about myself. I don't lie. Like, I've done the things that I describe. That's why I know them in such intimate detail. Because the alternative is that I'm just lying through my teeth, but I'm such a good actor that I have researched the thing in which I'm talking about to the point that I have become an expert, and I'm just, what's the word? I have diarrhea of the mouth. I'm spewing these things outwards because I've become so comfortable doing it that it's just easy. And it's like, which one's more likely? That somebody who knows what they're talking about is telling you that you're retarded, or that this person has completely prepared themselves just to troll you, and they're still more knowledgeable than you? What do you do at that point? You know? And even with, like, this that I brought up here, or people like Rymphimous, it's like, imagine how shit your life must be. Because Rymphimous is actually a perfect case example of exactly the thing that I want to discuss. Imagine somebody actually does, like, pay more or less a 100 to 0% effort relationship. I think in her case it's more like maybe 80-20. She's probably a much different person in private than she is in the internet space, because I feel like you have to be if you're just a constant attention seeker who tries to, like, lord your audience and follower size over other people. But I feel even in the most fucked up situations, even evil can find love, right? So, like, if you see into her home life with her husband, even though she still has yet to have given him children, because she's spending all her time on Twitter. Even if it's a situation like that, you know, like, I don't know, Ethan Ralph, for example, somehow 2 women have allowed him to impregnate them and have had his child, although both of them were smart enough to at least run away from him. So I guess there's that.
To be fair, one of them was literally like a person out of high school, and who was
Yeah.
And I feel like she regrets it, to be frank. And the other one is Pantsu, who's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't like he.
Tereshkova, do you copy?
The best woman he ever had was Nora, and Nora,
So, where's
I
the head of
feel for
yours?
her because it feels like I think she really liked him, and he just was a dick.
Like I said
Mm-hmm.
earlier.
Because everyone who's ever met Nora in person has only nice things to say about that woman. So I don't think I think she was a good woman.
I get it.
I feel like, wasn't that the one that was with him when he first went to jail?
Yes.
Yes.
Do all your
But I feel like in situations even like that, because we always get to see people like the Gunt, the extraordinary Ralph O'Mail himself, talk a big game, but it's like, even in the most fucked up situations, something has to be like, okay, if they couldn't be with them, even for the amount of time that they were there, because they were with them long enough to get impregnated, even in those fucked up situations, there must be something about that person that's appealing other than the dick, because Lord forgive me for making you all think about his dick size, but there must be something larger. There must be something that entices you in other than the money with these kinds of people. And even then, could you be able to say the same shit that some of these people feel so comfortable saying because they think that there will, or in many cases, it's not that they think there will be no consequences, but rather they believe that they can say it, and if they say it enough, it becomes a mantra that somehow makes the reality they assume about somebody true. Because I can't imagine coming to a person like me, and I record myself. I record videos and I post them on the internet. And I'm a very accessible person. I can't imagine accusing me of something and then trying to run away from the conversation as though, yep, I've said all my piece and now I'm done with it. I'm like, no, bring that ass back here. I'm an African American. We don't talk about this shit. Like, there's no world. Like, that's not how Twitter operates at all. At least not Black Twitter. Like, you're gonna talk shit about my personal life? No, this is personal now. We have to throw hands. Because if you can't throw hands verbally, audience, chat, YouTube, censors, verbally, online, in Minecraft, in Terraria, in Stellaris, in Star Citizen, we have to throw hands at that point. Because now, if I provide something that disproves what you're saying, like, I don't have to have a line full of women that are like, yes, Carl's dick is big. It is very big. It is very big. 10 out of 10. I was scratching at the walls to try and get away from him. He wouldn't let me leave. He tied me down to the bed and brought me breakfast in bed. Then he did it to me again. I cannot imagine someone who was gonna talk shit like that. And then you say, no, this version of the events, this is all I go for. But then there's all of these other things that you could talk about. But no, they must be wrong because emotions. I can't imagine that working very well. Because at some point, that just doesn't work, you know? Like, a feminist who goes to a convention. They hear a male speaker that they don't like, so they pull the fire alarm. How many times can you pull the fire alarm before people are like, no, you go to jail? You're actively causing disruption of the peace. You're actively attacking and destroying and unsettling the public space. How many ways are you going to believe that this trick is going to work before the trick no longer works? And I feel like, especially with Twitter, we've gotten to a point where it no longer works. Yeah, people still block people, but most of the time even with the inane shit that you and I get into, like, separately and, like, collectively, if one of us sees the other person talk about something and then we mention something and then some fucking Redditor picks up our post, takes it to TikTok, because I cannot tell you how many times I've seen my posts, your posts, Poe's posts, Jay's posts, even Yeefy's posts, or even Dev's posts, just all over the fucking website. And it's like, oop, yep, that's my mutual.
I swear to God. Oh, by the way, I know there's two other people on this call. Hi.
Hello, guys. They've been here for a
I
while.
did notice you joined. It's just there was conversation going on, so I didn't feel the need to interrupt. But before I forget.
Oh yeah, no, the same thing for me. I joined in and I was like, oh, interesting conversation. I'll let them sit there and talk.
But like, even when mutuals like us are like talking the shit about things, we tend to end up getting to a really good involvement of conversation where it's like there's so many more nuanced things to discuss than just angry people on the internet. But the angry people on the internet tend to be a springboard to then get into deeper issues because they're gonna stay mad no matter what we do. Like, that girl will go on and she'll probably have a really negative life if she continues on the way that her mindset allowed her to. But the audacity of believing that you can say nasty shit on the internet about a person because you refuse to have a conversation about the deeper issues that people love to say, no, we can have a deeper conversation at another time, but you need to educate yourself. No, I don't need to be educated. You're just retarded. You're stupid. Like, you're actually stupid. This is the argument that you say you want, but you can't have it. You don't like the fact that I'm the one giving it to you? Well, I'm sorry that this is the form that your comeuppance has to come in, but yes, the Cajun black male is about to start making really racist connotations with languages and ebonics and probably a couple of made-up words to try and exacerbate exactly how dumb your argument is. And if you try to run, I'm gonna be very abrasive because I'm getting abrasion from a person who just wants to be like, no, you can't possibly know what you're talking about. Look at you. And it's like, yes, that should tell you something. Even I have loved ones. Even I have people who wanted to be with and around me. What does that say about you? But I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a crazy Negroid.
I mean, I think this is why I just have a policy of not making not making assumptions about people's physical or home life unless they put it out there on Twitter, like, or on somewhere else on the internet. Like, I can make fun of Ethan Ralph's penis if I want to because he released his own sex tape. Like,
so why would he do that?
So, like, I mean, that's fair game, and he did it to himself. It's not even a revenge porn thing. He actually revenge porn Faith with that, which is unfortunate because Faith is really, like, she seems really nice.
The gun. I've
had a couple of interactions with her on Twitter, so I feel really bad for her in that video. I don't feel bad for him. So, but that's what, like, I personally have a policy. I don't make assumptions about people or any commentary on their personal life unless they do something like that, and I'm like, okay, now it's fair game because I know it's true.
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
Pretty good. It's weird hearing about Twitter shit since I haven't been on that site in how long now? A year?
I think you've been off the site for like a year and 3 months.
Yeah, man.
It's not like I'm
Life
counting
is
the days.
weird.
It's just I notice these things. But, like, I feel Twitter has gotten, well, I wouldn't say it's gotten better since being taken over by a South African. But I would say that it's gotten tolerable to the point that you can have conversations with people and you can be able to, like, shitpost at your leisure, and you don't have to really worry about being quoted in a Polygon article unless people decided that your account needs to be dunked on. Because I feel like we're missing a lot of what used to make Twitter really mad and annoying. Like, do you remember the accounts that used to be all about the gimmick of the shitty takes? Especially, like, the shitty gamer take account that used to be a reposter of Reset Era?
Yeah.
The white woman one.
Yeah, I know.
Do you remember that girl, Tina?
Yeah, I think still around. No, they didn't sell the account. They just left the account. Like, but the shitty takes are still around. There's like, there are very few gimmick accounts I actually like. Mostly the ones that just post like animal pics and they don't go out of character really. And then gaming journalists out of the gaming journalist one that just reads the articles for you and gives you a brief summary. And that's just because that guy stays mostly in character except for his likes, which are all Daisy, which is the funniest fucking thing.
Oh man, I love Twitter accounts that are like gimmicks, but like they're honest gimmicks, and the people don't get ego trips from them. Because I'm friends with the guy who ran people talk about politics, whatever the fuck his name is, and like the thing is, he never used it for his personal gain, and he kept losing his personal Twitter account, but just kept the gimmick account like professional. I respect it so much.
I mean, that's a good gimmick account, and like there's very few that do it. Most of them start out okay, and then they like go crazy with power and are like, I'm gonna make something stupid and personal, and it's like no one gives a shit. You're a gimmick account.
Mm-hmm. I remember,
but they're like, it's my platform.
But no one gives it. That's why, like, I've been accused of being a gimmick account several times because my anon username is a joke to a self-deprecating. It's a self-deprecating joke against my actual physical looks. But I'm like, no, this is not a gimmick account. Do not get it confused. That's not a gimmick account. It never has been.
Remember that? Well, actually, I know the person in question who made it. But you remember that one TikTok of the girl who dressed as Tina and she like twerks? She's really nice. Because
did she do the Tina twerk or she actually twerked well?
Yes, she did the Tina twerk. She like tried to do the Tina twerk without like making facial expressions, but in like one of them, she like popped a smile and it's like, bro, I'm so fucking hard right now. My God. But I know that there have been like 15 that I remember keeping track of that were like either for, against, or just actively talked shit about things. And then there's like the individuals like Respect Elves that will just talk about whatever they want. Who happens to be the server that Smug Roko is still hiding in, by the way. Elizabeth is still hiding under a new name after all that shit happened. But
of course she would be in that guy's server. I have nothing against the guy except he's fucking up my feed right now and it's really annoying.
Is it because of all the people upset at him because of Resident Evil?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't agree with most of his opinions either, and I think he's just really... He's very clearly mad at the drag queen streamers for some reason, and also that one trans Resident Evil streamer, Susie, Susie Spearhunter, like, he really doesn't like them, and, like, that's fine. You can hate streamers, I don't care. But, like, some of his complaints just seem really stupid. As someone who's playing the same games, and I just don't see it at all. But I would be less annoyed if the whole discourse wasn't on my feed for 18 hours.
Mm-hmm. Because
you gotta learn to block people.
Well, the problem isn't even blocking them. The problem is that they're blowing his opinion and attempting to slander all of us with the same rod that they're trying to criticize him because, oh, you agree with this guy. And it's like, no, you guys are very ridiculous sitting here in your mentions trying to gossip about him through screenshots as though that doesn't make you any less a fag hags. And it's like, you're very dumb. I know where he's coming from, and while I disagree and disavow his actions, I can see the reason why he thinks like that. And that's because that's how they view all the things they want to talk about. Because the picture in question was the drag queens playing a game by Capcom. But no one, I feel, at least amongst the people who are bitching about Respect Elves, none of those people posted any of the alternate Japanese marketing pictures of VTubers playing it. And all of the people who are upset at Respect Elves all have hatred against VTubers. They have a hate against the VTubers, they have a hate against the VTubers and their audience, they have a hate against the content around VTubers, they just fucking hate VTubers in a way that is embarrassing. As though they are upset that they don't have their reach. And even if I disagree with Respect Elves' opinion, it's like, yeah, but none of you guys are talking about the fact that that was more than likely done by an American marketing team who wanted to, like, get people to support it. And they thought, what can we do to be able to get people to support our stupid policies? I know, let's put this in there, for no other reason than because we decided we wanted to. And that's cringe, that deserves to be mocked, because at that point, are they not doing the thing that people have described and said they do not like seeing? Are they not using trans people, or in this case, drag people? It's less to do with the trans people and more to do with the cringe of like, oh, we're gonna have drag queens play this video game and watch them do stuff, which I guess there's an audience for that. If there's an audience for YouTubers.
I just figured, I looked and I saw a bunch of streamers playing Resident Evil 4, so I assumed they just gave the code out to popular streamers like they always do.
Yeah.
And so, like, I personally, my opinion is, and I really don't agree with most of Respect El's points, and I think that his attack against Susie is very weird and uncalled for, because I don't think she's done anything that warrants that, and she is a Resident Evil streamer, so like, she's actually relevant to play the game. But, so I just figured they gave it. But to me, it was like, I think I summed it up yesterday. This is either people just arguing about their own personal preferences in a game, which is dumb to argue about because you're not going to change what someone likes and what they don't like. That was in regards to the Monster Hunter discussion, because some Monster Hunter fans really, really like the old types of game, the old game types where the inventory was much more complex. It wasn't as simplified. A lot of people like World and Rise. I kind of am like a mixture of both. I think World is a good game. I think Rise is fine. My favorite game is GU, which is like one of the last games that had like the complex inventory. But arguing about preferences is stupid because everyone has their personal preferences and you're not going to change them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other stuff was just like, it was stupid to argue about, like, and to get mad at Capcom and all these other companies using like memes as a marketing gimmick. It's like, yeah, they all have used memes. They've used memes since before we had a word for it. They just would do it all be like Easter eggs and inside jokes, and they use it for advertising now because of the internet. But like, it doesn't. The thing is, I don't mind marketing gimmicks that are basically memes, because if the game is bad, the game is still bad. Like, so it's not gonna sell the game.
I think the best.
Are people still complaining about memes when like, you're post-Wendy's era?
I think the problem is more that it's gone from like Wendy's meme marketing and Arby's meme marketing to this very weird asymptote between how far along in the meme culture can companies continue commenting on very well-known things while still trying to maintain the air of we're content and safe and friendly when they're doing things like, and I know I posted an example of it, but I'm not sure if other people remember. I have seen a YouTube ad posted by a reputable company like that of Lenovo trying to use the orgy is the new Black Piper Parabo meme with like a crudable number of people pornographically nutting on the face of like a PDF file, while in the same breath trying to sell me spyware insurance. And
that's hilarious.
I've seen everything from that to Olivia Munn like right after the fappening partnering with Lenovo about cybersecurity. And as rip tickling as that is, imagining the Lenovo team sitting down with her and being like, okay, how much of your porn got uncovered? And she has to like explain all the cringy like text message tweets that she sent along with all of her sexts. It's like, I could care less about any of that, but I can't say hard R, I can't say soft A, I can't say long G sing song on Twitch without potentially getting stricken if I'm doing like a popular well-known game or just like, you know, by myself, or if I'm not amongst people that are just my audience, because there's always going to be that one salty person like during any League stream that will just try to find a way, you know, the audience knows, but I'm not sure if you know, Tina, somebody trying to call me a hard R during the stream and then trying to report my stream when I talk about people who actively do that on the regular basis, which actually resulted in me getting a ban for 7 days just because the person lied about it, but I had to contact my agent to have it reverted, or just to simply not have it go against my record since they just falsified shit. But I've seen everything from that to the highest extremes of people using meme culture, and I feel like the problem is less people are using memes to be relatable and more like companies are trying to shortcut the actual marketing of a game to be good. Like the promo material that went out for people getting to play Diablo 4 early, for example. They, at KFC, here in America, and they're not doing it in Canada, because I guess Canada doesn't have KFC, but they are giving you the ability that if you, like, buy or, if you buy in-store or you order a Double Down from KFC, you'll get to play Diablo 4 early, and I'm pretty sure I still have the picture, actually, somewhere between this account and my account, and I just made a screen cap of, of Lilith double fisting 2 Double Downs. Let me see if I can find it, hold on. It's in here somewhere. Lord, my lunch is starting to come up, which is to say my dinner. I drank too much soda. Now I got the burps.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Canada does have KFC, but I mean,
I guess they can't do the promo.
KFC doesn't mean we'll get the promo because I mean I just remember with Final Fantasy 14 the very notorious KFC promo to get a black fat chocobo mount in China. You had to eat a meal made for 4 people in like 30 minutes, and they timed you. That was only in China. Thank God, because I feel like people in the U.S. would have literally died.
I'm surprised that I didn't see a video from fucking Nikado Avocado doing that.
I mean, this was back in this was years ago. Like I heard it because they did another more sane way to get that mount specifically. You had to buy Twitch subs for popular Final Fantasy streamers. You had to buy 5 of them. Which is eating the entire meal in 30 minutes for a family of 4.
Bro, I cannot imagine. How much is a fucking Twitch sub on a donation? Hold on. Because I can see. Because did it have to be like a tier 1 sub or did it have to be a tier 3 sub?
I think it could just be any sub. You just had to buy 5 of them and gift them to people.
Because if you're gifting and it's not during like a subathon weekend where you are doing it during a particular month, you have to pay full price. So 5 subs, a Twitch Prime sub is technically $5.
I can tell you exactly what I spent on it. I spent $25. So whatever that adds up to do it.
For a single sub or for 5 subs?
Yeah. Oh, for 5 subs, not for a single. No, that would have been too much money. I am not that much of a whale.
Give a random internet streamer that has never seen or heard of me before a donated sub stream for a hype train to get a mount in a online video game versus buying a family pack at KFC, which is like
you have to eat it.
Like 20,
you have to eat it in 30 minutes.
Yeah. I know like 10 black males and 2 black women and like 15 white suburbanite women who would definitely do that. But
yeah, but you had to do it by yourself. You couldn't have help.
Oh no, they were doing it by themselves. They would do it by themselves.
Oh, okay. I was like, bringing your family and friends would not help you during this challenge, except for moral support.
Girl, you're from the South.
My parents would be judging me. My parents would be judging me, being like, "Why are you eating a meal for a family of 4 at KFC of all places?"
Like, you've seen the white women in the South here. They cook meals for 5 people and eat them by themselves. But, like, oh, fuck Christ. And a suburbanite buying something like that and eating it by themselves and then not feeling guilty about it later? I can't imagine doing that. Oh my god.
I wouldn't feel guilty. I'd feel dead. Like, I would want to go and die in a corner.
I would just be upset because it's like, I could have bought candy with that. I would rather buy $25 of candy than pay somebody fucking 5 Twitch subs, and it's not me? What the fuck? Also, I found the picture. Look at it, Tina. Look at it!
Right? Officially, yes.
What is it?
But
it's in your DMs.
The technology used to manufacture the
beta
connectors was destroyed. The pair of experimental rings were simply removed from all records and declared recycled.
Why go to all that trouble?
He didn't want to of his painstaking labor. Dr. Sechenov simply kept them as souvenirs.
So where are they now?
They were somewhere.
Hold on, I got distracted by another DM. Send it to me. I'm gonna be frank.
Apparently.
Oh god. That double down. I mean, you don't have to eat it, you just have to buy it. But that thing looks so fucking disgusting.
The best of Americana. The double down. Yes, it is. It is 2 pieces of white chicken breast that have been deep fried and is smothered in between with your choice of either original sauce, white zesty cheddar sauce, hearty mild cheddar sauce, eaten like a sandwich. You are eating 2 deep fried country steak, almost practically, meat patties as a sandwich.
with bacon and cheese and sauce in the middle.
It is literally a club sandwich constructed with 2 all-meat chicken breasts as the buns. Only America!
I will, like, I'm not, no, I think it's also been, I want to say the Philippines had something similar. They had a hot dog that was literally the buns were chicken. And then India had, it's always fucking KFC too. India also had a KFC pizza where the pizza crust was fucking chicken. It's just so ridiculous.
Okay, that sounds fun to try, like, once. Never again, but, like, once.
You will hate yourself after you eat it.
The funny thing is, the pizza was actually really good. The hot dog lasted for a single week before they pulled the item, so I think that tells you how good that was. They pulled it.
Oh, yeah, no, that's obvious. Because, like, fast food hot dogs are very hit or miss already, and then you're, like, making it, like, for weekly or seasonal, and you're not putting money into the hot dog and the gimmicks of the chicken, it's not going to be good.
I mean, and this isn't even me being like a
hot dogs. There is only 2 syllables. 2 syllables that your mouth should be saying. Costco. If it ain't Costco, it's a no-go.
My favorite thing I've ever read in a journalist was the one from Costco where they said the head CEO said, "If you raise the price of the hot dogs, I'll kill you."
I did not change that fucking price. Do whatever you have to do. If you raise that fucking price, you're gonna wake up with one of your pretty little horse's heads in your bed.
Oh man.
And it's not even me being like a food snob, because I will be the first to admit that I will look at like a plate of nachos that has that like plastic cheese sauce that doesn't look like real cheese, and I'll be like, "Oh baby, that's great." I would eat that shit like crazy, and that's not even real cheese. But like the Double Down is just too much.
As an African American that has grown up on both the side of like white suburbia and like crippling, broken down, standing in food lines poverty, I no longer have the ability to resist eating any kind of food other than on willpower alone. And when I ate the Double Down, I could actively feel my ancestors reaching out of my veins, squeezing the fat through my bloodstream. This ain't for you, Carl. Stop eating this, Carl. This is disgusting. You're gonna die.
Carl, that's called regret. You eat something so bad, your ancestors have to rise from the grave to tell you to stop.
They didn't stop. They didn't stop me when I started fucking with white women. They didn't stop me when I started fucking with heavy-set white women. They didn't stop me when I started fucking with Indian women. But it was when I ate 2 chicken breasts collapsed with cheese and meat that I said, no, sir.
Don't you dare.
Because if you think it looks horrible, you do not want to know how painful it was passing the stool. Oh my god. I feel like the first time when I ate it, I probably had an undercooked one because I wanted to die. I wanted to die. And I said, I'm not doing it again. I don't want the Double Down shits.
Right.
Oh,
The Double Down shits.
That just reminds me of the one time when Burger King came out with that Halloween burger, and it had the black bun, and I did eat it because I felt for the novelty, because it was just a Whopper with a black bun. It didn't taste any different, but man, whatever they used to dye the bun black, it combined with your stomach acid, and it made your shit like bright emerald green. It was the weirdest fucking thing.
I didn't have that, but I saw people who were blowing up the toilets afterwards because I had like a job as a janitor for one of the food parks here in Columbus. Because I'm pretty sure it was like, because the Hollywood Connection is literally up the street from me. Yes, that Hollywood Connection is up the street from me. And I remember going into the Xanadu skateboarding, or excuse me, skate rink itself. Not a skateboarding rink, but the skate rink. Inline skate rink. And I remember turning the corner, first stall, oh my god. Second stall, oh my god. Third stall, oh my god. Fourth stall, oh I'm sorry bro, I didn't know you were still in here. He's like, man, this shit turned my shit green.
It's not the Emerald City, Toto. It's the Emerald Shitty.
You have my...
The wonderful
You totally have my condolences for what you have seen in those bathrooms, because I had to clean bathrooms at a Girl Scout camp where like little girls, not even like little girls, but like little girls and their parents went to the bathroom, and let me tell you, none of those people knew. I am scared of if those people knew how to use the toilet or not. They were all terrible somehow.
Oh, I've been a janitor before. I can like it's weird because like
my game crashed.
The shit you have to deal with is so like annoying because you can get the perfect bathroom perfect, and then like, oh yeah, it's gonna be this one Karen or individual who's gonna be like, oh my god, there was like a hair in the corner somewhere. I'm like, fuck you. It was clean when somebody decided to shit on the wall.
Thank you for the $2, Super Cappy.
I once had someone, they like wrote something and shit, and I just looked at it and I was like,
when I was working at the gas station around the beginning of COVID as an essential worker, I saw things in the women's bathroom that made me happy. That whenever I cleaned the men's, maybe sometimes you had some piss on the floor, but you know what we never had? Extreme monster shits. These girls were taking mad fucking dumps.
No, God. That reminds me of a story. Last year, I used to work at a Smart and Final in my hometown, and I was just doing my business in the men's room, and this Buddhist monk came into the bathroom, saw that the stall was closed because there was only one toilet in there. The urinal, and just takes a massive shit in it. Just.
Oh,
yeah, well, that
is a literal South Park joke.
That was an emergency. That was an emergency.
And it was the foulest smelling shit ever. There was like couscous and fish oil. Couscous and fish oil. That's what that guy had.
New scanning cycle. Module.
That guy was dying, and he's like, I'm gonna destroy this bathroom. Gosh, shit, there's someone in the bathroom.
Did he comedically look at you and be like, I'm sorry?
No, he just ran out of there with the shit on his sandals, and he was trying to pay one of the girls at the counter. Oh, bless her heart, dude. He was trying to get a stick because he put a bunch of toilet paper and paper towels trying to clear it out, but all he ended up doing was clogging the damn urinal.
You know, that's a lot better than
that was an emergency. that was I have to go, and I have to go now. And then finding out if the bathroom was being used and being like, God damn it.
One of the ladies who helped me.
Oh God, I've been in a very similar circumstance, except I actually went in the toilet, but I was just, I don't know what it was, but my stomach was like, you have to go and you have to go now. And I went to 3 gas stations. One had a broken toilet, which I didn't use. One had a locked toilet. The other one had no toilet that was accessible. And then I found a Burger King. It was like heaven sent, because it was about to like come out. It was so painful, and I felt so bad. I did go in a toilet, but I know I destroyed that fucking toilet.
Probably one of the few times where an employee at Burger King saw someone enter their building with a smile on their face.
Oh, I know. I was not smiling. I ran. I ran to the bathroom. I bet those employees
That's
when
weird.
they saw me, they were
run out of here.
they were probably going, "Oh, god damn it!" It was like because anyone who saw me knew exactly what that was about.
Oh.
I always feel bad whenever I have to get like those situations because it's never just a normal, oh, this one is this is a big brown snake. It's more like the explosive, even if you try to gamble on, do I let the air out first and like try to hold the brunt, or do I just hold it all? It's one of those ones where you just like, you ease up a little bit and you, oh, nope, that's liquid.
I full on got a paper towel. I felt so bad for these employees that after I flushed, I got a paper towel and I cleaned that fucking toilet because I was like, I feel so terrible.
That's when you get up from the seat and you're
making milk your solid pour liquid.
That's when you get up from the toilet, you turn around and you're just like, oh lord, I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. And you just try to like push the toilet paper around to just get up the majority of the mess, and then you just sit there like, I'm so sorry, because the person who's gonna come in here is gonna be angry. I actually had that happen to me one time, but it was like a long, massive brown snake, but the toilet wouldn't flush properly. It took half of it down, and the rest of it was just there in the bowl.
Honestly, I think that's the sign of someone who's worked in retail before and has had to deal with some stuff where you just, because I mean, bathroom shit happens, and it's just you have to deal with it. But if you sit there and you try to like fix the problem to make it so the employees don't have to deal with much shit later, like it's just it's a beautiful aspect of having worked in retail as humanity, where you're just like, okay, I have to at least mitigate this a little bit.
I wish I had some people do that
just
for me.
sitting in the bowl like, happy ho.
My worst experience with that was, it was getting somebody like, it was in the female bathroom. I don't know if it was because they were shit in the blood or that they were on their period, but there was so much blood in the toilet bowl. Like, and I didn't know why, and it bugged me because there was still shit in there too. And I'm like, at least say something.
See,
because
that's just like, look, women go through. I mean, I'm a woman. I go through that once a month. I mean, at least I hope that was normal. Because if it wasn't, I hope they went to a hospital.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, doctor. I don't know. Women who are like gross on their period and they don't clean up after themselves, they really piss me off as like a fellow woman, because I'm like, that shit is nasty. It may be natural, but it's a nasty biological waste fluid. You clean that shit up. You're not a fucking animal.
Like, at least this was in the toilet. I met so many women who would just, like, instead of, like, wrapping up their tampons or pads in, like, toilet paper, which plenty of the women do, it's natural. I don't get, like, pissy about it. But they would just throw it into a trash can. I'm like, why? Ew. Like...
No, you wrap it up.
That's disgusting.
Like, if you, as someone who goes into women's bathrooms a lot more than you guys do, if you don't wrap it up, it starts to smell very quickly, and it doesn't smell good. So, like, yeah.
It smells like rusty coins.
Well, it's blood, so yeah, it smells like iron, but like, it's off. It's the best way I can describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this crap
Oh wait, the most funniest thing I've ever seen in a bathroom is adult diapers. Like, it's hilarious when you see that, like, because people have issues with, like, you just going through a trash can and like, is this an adult diaper? Because it's way too big to be a kid's.
Oh.
I mean, everyone has their weird bathroom stuff. My only request is people, like, actually clean up after themselves and don't be, a fucking asshole about it and leave for someone else to clean up.
Exactly.
No, Tina, you must piss on the wall to assert dominance.
I mean, I grew up with brothers. I only have brothers. So, yeah, piss on the floor was a real thing.
As the youngest of four, including two brothers, the way I asserted dominance as the youngest was to drop a Yellow Pages phone book on my brother's face when I was about 3.
We had Poopy Thursday, and Poopy Thursday was one of my brothers had a brilliant idea to take a photo of his shit on a Thursday and send it to everyone as a photo on their in a message.
Well, silver lining, Tina. At least he was regular.
So, what will it be, mate?
I remember.
It would just be you would always forget too. He thought it was fucking hilarious because we'd all forget, and then we'd be like, "Oh, I got a text from my brother." Oh my god! And it's like I don't know what it was. And every single Thursday, and it was such a big gross practical joke from him, but he doesn't do it anymore. He only did it in high school. He did grow up.
Thank God.
I remember there'd be times where, as a godfather to multiple children, because none of my Muslim cousins know how to use a condom. I don't even think they understand what a condom is supposed to do. They know what it is, but they are just like, is this supposed to be an accessory? Cousin, like, Carl, look at this. It doesn't even fit over my member. What am I supposed to do with this? But, with all of my cousins, they would, like, frequently have problems with the wives that they would have, and then the female concubines that they would have, if they had a complex or not, or if they just had a normal home and sister wives. Every single time he had to go into a bathroom, one of my more common cousins, Demetrius, he would always go into the bathroom with my Muslim cousins, and he would have to clean after all the women in the house. A total of, I think, the biggest that we've had with females was like 10 women inside of a complex that was basically joint, multi-generational, 5 generations of Muslim family members. This was before I found out that one of my female cousins got stoned by accusation and honor court. But I remember that one of my male cousins wanted to clean the bathroom, and he just walked into what he called the bloody walk mile. Just rows and rows of feminine hygiene trash strewn everywhere. Bloody tampons thrown in half wrapped up wads of tissue paper. Feminine hygiene products, Nair, everything strewn across the bathroom tub. One girl who was sharing a dildo with her and her sister just left out in the corner, and it was starting to grow mold. I walked in the bathroom, I screamed, and I walked away. And all I could hear was unintelligible Arabic slurs, followed by, "Carl! Me and you! Cleaning this! Right now! Aslam! Get in here! What did you do?
You were like Eddie Murphy's daddy get there.
I remember being like, "Yo, bro, I seen, calm down, it's not that bad." It's like, "Carl, you think this look bad to you? Does this look bad to you? I think this look bad to me. Does it look bad to you? Smell this! Smell it! And I'm like, "I don't want to smell it. No, I don't want to smell it either. And it's in my house. You get these women. You teach them. You had women teach you how to clean. Teach them how to clean."
The least of rage.
The daddy daycare.
I had no fewer than 7 girls, 2 grown teenagers, and a grown woman, although in the case of the grown woman, she wasn't used to not being underneath a caliphate. So she was adjusting to understanding that men aren't going to clean up behind her, which is something people don't actually teach you when you have a multi-generational and multi-ethnic, like, family tree. Because family union is wild. They don't have the people cleaning behind them. They don't have women cleaning up behind the women. So all of these girls just grew up in an Arabic, third world country house setting, but with, like, first world standards. They had iPhones and everything. But, like, they lived like a fucking pigsty. Like something you would have seen on the Learning Channel. And
Oh, dear.
me, an older Islamic man with a stick, because he believed in corporal punishment, and me and these girls, I needed to fucking become a drill sergeant, being like, nope, clean that up. That's not clean. You think that's clean? Go ahead. Put your finger in it. No, put your finger in it. Put your finger in it, Ingrid. Now smell it. Yeah, that's you. Clean it. I ain't cleaning this.
You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will live by the numbers.
Be careful. That is
I will teach you.
It was on that day I truly became a misogynist.
I'm Cousin Carl.
Yeah, I've seen this.
I've got your name. I've got your ass.
Why could it just be lying in a corner?
Like, oh, dude, that is another thing that annoys me. Like, grown-ass adults who don't clean up after themselves. Like, and it's not a mental illness thing. If it's a mental illness thing, it's still not an excuse, but I understand. Because if you're, like, you know, in the grasp of, like, a psychotic break, I don't expect you to have, like, a all-put-together house. But if you're just lazy, I want to kick your ass so bad.
I think it was like the first thing that my aunt Opal taught me about women right after she taught me how to make a garden. She's like, don't ever let a woman try to trick you into basically making her house for her. If she can't clean up behind herself, you don't want her. I'm like, but what if the ass is fat, auntie? I'm not joking. This is something I actively said to her. But what if the ass is fat, auntie? What if it's worth it? And she's like, she took me by the shoulders and she's like, listen to me, Lorenzo, because all of the female family members who know me use one of my good middle names. Lorenzo, listen to me. There is no amount of shit that you're going to clean for a woman who cannot clean after herself. Because if she doesn't clean after herself, do you want to eat her out? Yeah. Saying this to me, a 14-year-old. She said this to me, a 14-year-old, and I thought about it. I thought about it really hard for like 5 hours playing video games.
Okay, that's real, because I've met so many grown women who like no personal hygiene. I'm like you have kids. Like, how do they know to clean themselves if you don't?
They don't.
I actually observed this with my sister, because my sister used to have, like, she used to be a complete, like, pig. Like, she took care of herself hygiene-wise, but just she would live in a sty. And she would always have really bad boyfriends. Like, just the really, like, not, like, abusive, but, like, as bad as you can get short of being abusive. Just really, like, scummy guys. And then as soon as she got her act together and started being an adult, just instantly she met the guy who she's probably going to end up marrying now and been with him for years. Really nice guy. And, like, it was like, honestly, it was around the time that she got her act together that she met him, and it just feels like, yeah, there is quite a big correlation there.
I'm gonna be quite honest. You don't date people when you're not in a good headspace. You date the worst people, which makes sense because you're not thinking clearly. I mean, all of my bad boyfriends and girlfriends have always been when I was at a very bad time in my life and was not making good decisions. To put it frankly.
Yeah, I've seen this crap before.
And also when
the ripped off arm is in there too.
Yeah, and also when my my life was very chaotic, and so like my apartment wasn't being as well taken care of as it should have been. Now I got animals, and that fixed that problem because I didn't care. Even if I didn't care about, and I don't recommend this for anyone, but it did work for me. I didn't care about taking care of myself, but I would not let my animals suffer. So I ended up cleaning house and stuff for them. So, but that's not a solution, and that's a really bad solution for most people. So I'm not gonna throw that out there as a thing. It's just what helps me.
Yeah, when I still had my sister's house, but before Poncho died, when we moved to the house I live in now, I couldn't date a person that couldn't clean up behind themselves or their pets. Because, sure, health hygiene of a person, whatever, you slip, you're depressed, you just want to wake up and, you know, the feral goblin girl genes of the women of the South is like, what do I want to work on first? Do I want to do my hair or take care of my bedroom? Turn behind her, fucking pigsty, damn, bitch, you live like this bedroom? No, I'm gonna do my hair. But if they have pets and they can't clean behind them, oh, I couldn't be in your house for more than 5 minutes because I'd start smelling the feces everywhere. The feces, the barf, whatever dead animals they may or may not have killed around the property, the general cleanliness of the home, and then if I have to actually sit down on something, nah, I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand right here on this one spot of the wall that I specifically took my fucking microfiber cloth out that I reserved for my cell phone screen, and I cleaned religiously so I would have a clean spot to lean on. That's how bad I feel it can be sometimes, because, like, even though in Georgia there's, like, a lot of historic districts, when you're talking about places, like, near the Chattahoochee River, on the Riverwalk, or, any of the places in places like Warner Robins or Savannah, any of those kinds of buildings, you know, the kind of pictures you expect to see in a production of something like Sweet Home Alabama, or the kind of flyover state, where do I get my agriculture work from? That would be the part of a homestead or farm for the agriculture we grow here as the GDP of the state, and that's accounting the legal and non-legal marijuana farms that just happen to be in a couple of, like, weird places where you wouldn't expect them. You don't ever want to go into a house that is kept up by a person that doesn't clean, because I feel like there's a difference between the kind of cleanliness that's made by, like, a deep southern living, and then, like, a woman who just happens to live in the South, and then, like, people who are, like, one step away from being just feral cavemen. There's, like, a clear difference. And I feel like the difference between the women who have the kind of, like, eat, pray, love posters is that at one point in their life, they were the feral goblin. They did hate disorder and they loved disorder and cleanliness and hated cleaning. But then one day it just clicked and they're just like, I don't want to be like this no more. And they clean everything up. And they religiously hate filth because it reminds them of when they used to be a fucking trash goblin.
I was never that bad, but when I was going through some really tough things, one day I literally, and it did happen in the animals. The animals were like the first step. I was taking really good care of them. And then one day I was just like, I'm going to clean all this shit up. Because I had clutter. I didn't have trash, but I had clutter everywhere. And then I briefly had, because I was having money issues, to go and live in something that was kind of a hoarder. And let me tell you, that cured any type of not cleaning I had. It was like my surefire ways to do it. I had to go live in a hoarder house and also get animals. But yeah, I did kind of live goblin mode. I didn't have trash.
Hoarders
I just had a lot
scare
of
me.
Yeah.
Because like as somebody who's walked through that, you'd be like, something touched me. I don't know if it's just like the absurd amount of trash from here or some creature. And it's accurate to say creature because it probably evolved to live in this environment.
This was after it had kind of cleaned up too. So what happened was it was my friend's grandparents' house, and they had cleaned up a bunch of it, but they still just clearly had shit everywhere. But it was like they cleaned out all the trash and anything that was bad, because the grandparents died, but they had like kind of hoarded stuff before they died, and so it wasn't necessarily dirty, but it was so much shit, and there was shit everywhere that you had like little pathways for most of my time. And it was a lot, man. And I did end up helping them clean out the pantry, which is one of the few areas that they hadn't cleaned. There were jars in there that didn't have labels, and they had stuff in them. We didn't open them because we were like, this is probably toxic. We don't know what this is, but it's probably got like 8 different strands of botulism.
The stuff in those jars probably lived through the Battle of the Somme.
Yeah, I gotta say, that got me from, I never went full goblin mode. I will never go goblin mode because those 2 experiences, the getting the pets and the living and helping clean up a hoarder house, because I didn't have money to live anywhere else, those things, man, because I was like, this could be really bad. I don't want to do this when I'm older.
It's always a difficulty for me, because it's like, I hate filth. Especially now that I'm fucking a caretaker for my house. I hate fucking filth. Because the amount of time it takes me to clean my house now, after all the shit my brother's done to it. But then it's like, mental ill coochie.
The mentally ill. Oh my god.
It really do be like that for real. I used to think it was a joke because I didn't really get into that shit, but then it's like, wait, I'm having more fun. But at the same time, I feel like I can't sleep in this house. If I go to sleep, I'm gonna wake up and there's gonna be a roach colony eating my leg. That's what it felt like.
That polymer son of a bitch almost took me out.
You wake up and you just see this rat walking by. It's got like his little slippers on. It's like, oh, you must be the new one.
That did happen once, but
okay, so this did not have anything to do from my house being dirty, but like when I was a kid, because I grew up in the South too. I grew up in South Texas, and we had those palmetto bugs, which are flying roaches, and they are not attracted to filth. They come in from the outside when it gets really hot because it's cold. But those motherfuckers fly. And my cats would bring them in, but they would not kill them, so they were still alive. So one day when I was like 13 or 14, I felt something. It was like 3 in the morning. I felt something crawling underneath my sheets that very clearly had bug legs, and I like turned my bedside light on, opened my covers, and there was just one there, and that motherfucker flew at my fucking face at that perfect timing, and I just screamed.
Ooh, you guys want bug stories?
Now give us a smoke.
I will give you guys nightmare fuel if you want bug stories.
We could do.
Go for it, bro.
That's the only one I have that was horrifying. It's not.
Okay, so my dad's house when we moved to New Orleans, they fucked the guys who were building it or fixing it after Katrina fucked up and then like had it slightly off the ground and did put some base boards down, not baseboards, some things that are supposed to be on the ground to keep the ceiling of outside and inside a lot different. So because my area is like near a lot of water, there's a lot of roaches outside. So it's very easy for roaches to get inside. Oh my god, some of the worst experience I have ever had were in that house with bugs. One time, and this is the most horrifying thing that ever happened to me, I decided to just walk into my kitchen and I brushed up against the counter. Didn't come into a lot of contact. It wasn't a whole bunch of anything. I didn't like lean on it. I just brushed up on it. And then I felt something crawl on me. I looked down. There are like 5 roaches on me. When I tell you I freaked out so bad, I had to go sleep the night at my grandparents. Like, it's the middle of the night and she lives down the street. I literally just walked to their house. Like I couldn't do it after that.
I don't blame you, man.
I don't blame you. I would have been mortified, frankly.
I think the worst bug story that I could tell you from memory, I remember being in my grandparents' house, my paternal grandparents' house, and I remember either I was in my underwear watching Power Rangers, or I was in like the halfway toddler shit. You know, the pull-ups that are designed to be like underwear, but they're still diapers. I was either watching Power Rangers or I was laying on the floor watching television on my stomach eating cereal. And I remember feeling a roach pass through the fucking underwear.
Oh no.
No, that's... Oh.
I remember getting up. I remember standing up like an actual adult. Because I didn't yet properly have the functionality of how to walk straight. I would still like halfway crawl. I remember actively stopping what I was doing, turning off the television, standing up, and walking upright to like the old style heater where it had like the open exposed flame, taking the diapers off. So now I'm butt naked running around the house. Threw them in the trash, because the first thought that creeped in was throw them in the fire, and something in the back of my head said, no, don't burn down the house, Carl, just throw them in the trash. And I remember walking butt naked to my grandma like, I feel a roach crawl on my testes. And I stared at her, But seriously, like, take me home.
People don't get that's trauma-inducing. Oh.
I would have screamed like a little girl. Even as like a full-grown man, I'd go.
Bro, I would cry.
I would cry. So would I. I would have been like, what the fuck?
And I know that those were my exact words because my Aunt Opal was the one that came and got me and brought me back to my house. Because they had me there because occasionally we were still moving into my first home where I used to live before this one. And I remember saying it to her because then my mother sent me to go to like be at someone else's house, and then my room got robbed because my brother let somebody who he thought he could trust in our home, and he stole my original fucking first generation GameCube on all my games and my PS2 as well. And I remember being fucking upset, but I was more upset about the fact that the first time I was forced to go stay at somebody else's fucking home, and I was traumatized to the point that I said, nope, I'm gonna stay at home. I'm gonna learn how to be a latchkey kid, because I'm not letting cockroaches run around my legs and underoos anymore. I'm upset with you, Mom. I remember when the second time that this potentially happened, because of course it wasn't the first time it happened. I remember the second time that it happened and she sent me to my grandmother's house. I got in the car. I was 10. I looked at my mother and I said, you know she's a nasty bitch, right? She hit me. And like when I repeated it again around my own Opal, she's like, actually, Alva, you shouldn't hit your son. He is right. Her house is fucking horrible. And ever since then, even with women who I want to bang, it's like, no, I can't do this. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like, I would have to, like, clean everything in this room before I would even let you put your legs up. I have to. I have to clean your house. I can't do it.
You want to know something I've learned about certain people? It's like, roaches are so bold that they will travel with the people that they live with. They'll be in the houses, so they'll travel with them.
Yep.
So if they have a bag or something, it will be in their bag. Then the roach is in your house.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, where we go, buddy?
Yeah, and then it's actually like a common way to get infested is if you're living, is one, people visiting, and the other common way is if someone in your apartment complex or your neighbor in a house, if you're really close together, if they have an infestation, they'll just hop over to your place and like, ooh, vacation home time, except it's your fucking house. It's just like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. That's why
You ain't paying rent.
What I ended up having to do...
They don't pay rent.
Like, what I ended up having to do is I had to make a feral coochie policy, where basically I go to the girl's place, or the guy's place, because we all know that I'm down like that. I go to their place, I change out of the clothes outside of their house, I put them into a trash bag, I tie off the trash bag, then I go home, I take the clothes and immediately throw them into the dryer to kill whatever could be crawling in my clothes. I take a 10-minute shower, then I run them through the washer properly and dry them. And based on whether or not I found any bed bugs or cockroaches, I depend on what I will then do next with said person. Because if I go to your place and I smash and I come home and now I got bed bugs, because I ended up in bed bugs in one of my love seats. I had to throw away a nice fucking love seat that could have been in my house now. We had to get rid of it because it was fully infested. All the way down to the wood. It wasn't just the upholstery. They were in the wood.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Those are like, that's some little motherfuckers. Damn.
No, but actually, that's a well-known tip. Is if you go to a motel, even if you're going somewhere nice like a fucking Disney World hotel, which are like top-of-the-line resorts, when you come home, you need to immediately wash all your shit, because that will kill the bed bugs. But if they have like one night outside of your suitcase, your entire house is infested, and it fucking sucks.
Fortunately, it was...
That's what we always did when we traveled.
Fortunately, it was just the love seat itself, but they were trying to go everywhere else in the room, and my sister was an art student, now an art student graduate that teaches, and they were trying to get into her fabric art supplies, and I was just like, absolutely not. Because the love seat was right up against the rack, but fortunately they weren't in any of the objects, because they just wanted to be in the love seat. I was so fucking depressed.
They wanted to get in on the action.
Dude, shit like that is what makes you want to spend like a couple racks on like a deep carpet cleaner and stuff like that, just so I can do it.
Have sex with loose women?
No. Well, maybe, but yeah, no, cleaning shit and just not fear having stuff in my house.
Damn.
You gotta be careful with bed bugs. Those things are fucking persistent. The only way to get rid of them is to heat treat them, which is like $12,000. It's ridiculous.
I remember when that happened two times. That was awful.
That's my number one fear is traveling.
No, I aggressively check mattresses. I used to check the mattresses just because it's like, I don't want to sleep on shit fucking mattresses. These things are horrible for your back, and I don't want to know if I'm just going to try to fucking use this shit, or if it's going to just be a normal sleeping in a motel. But then, when it became apparent to me that I'd have to be the one that cleaned my house, I went from being probably one of the messiest people to, like, the organized messy of the bedroom.
Please select the desired procedure.
And then something inside of me snapped. Unironically, something inside of me snapped! And all of a sudden, I was cleaning my room! Aggressively! It happened!
Just like that. Sorry if you're hearing any noise. I'm checking if there's something. Quick.
And the funny part about it, too, is that I would just talk aggressively in Vegeta's voice when I would do so. So, like, the neighbors I used to live next to, who were basically like my white grandparents, because they more or less were in love with the fact that they had an ethnic boy next door who was pretty much white on the inside and out. Like, did Skills USA, National Technological Society, and all that. They liked that I would do that. And then I remember being over at a girl's house, and it was a girl that I was amicably friends with, and her boyfriend knew that we had smashed before, but he was cool, and he heard me doing it, and was like, oh shit, they got a new version of DBZ Abridged? But yeah, I can't, and I'm pretty sure there's other men too that would be like, nah, I can't sleep with a nasty woman, because I think at this point it's a meme of just like social behaviors, like, I can't be with a nasty bitch, but like it's a lot more than that. There's a point when you get old as a man where you no longer are willing to do dirty shit with people, and when that snaps, you just cannot anymore. So, if it doesn't happen when you're 16 or up, it's definitely going to happen at some point when you're 30. I'm not sure if it's the same for women, but it feels like it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just for women, it's really just a maturity, and then also a, like, if you're mentally sound issue going on, I would say, because older women don't want to deal with that bullshit from men, and then, like, truly older women, I'm not talking about physically older, mentally older as well, you do actually grow out of that shit.
Exactly did he deal?
And then, as long as you're not going through, like, intense trauma where you're not thinking clearly as well. So yeah, it definitely does exist for women. It's just different. It's hard to explain.
Playing a dangerous game here.
Greetings, Comrade Molotov. I don't follow.
In general, I think the best thing you could probably teach anybody to do is to learn to fucking clean after themselves. But with the generation of, like, Zoomers who are trying to adapt to what we used to do as millennials in our youth, where they just took, like, the worst of IMVU behavior and Gaia Online behavior, and they're like, yep, that's my personality now. I'm just gonna be a twink that gets cum dumped every single Sunday and twice on Saturday. And then you learn about how they live in their personal lives. I'm like, because you hear those stories and you see those stories and you often hear them like go at it in the comment sections on TikTok. But then when those kinds of people end up doing the dumbest thing they could do, which in my opinion is you make an OnlyFans and you try to give away for free. I can understand you making an OnlyFans because you want to make money off of it, but giving it away for free? And you're basically just like teasing other content to put on other websites. I remember seeing a gay furry cub try to like post about his adventures getting blown the fuck out by bears, and it ended up with him going to like a nasty seedy bed underground where he ended up contracting HIV. And it's like, it wasn't even from gay sex, it was from a needle that was on the ground in the hostel that he was in, that he went to go sleep with this guy at. And it's like, and ever since then, he's become a religious nut freak about cleanliness, but it was more than just like the, okay, I gotta make sure I don't infect somebody else with this disease. It's more like the aggressive kind of zealotry that can only be associated with a person who has been burned by the worst thing that they could have been burned by. Like a born-again virgin that is extremely against sex, but like if you ever get like 2 shots in them, they suddenly become a fucking succubus.
You know what I'm talking about.
And I feel like for women, there's like a kind of thing like that, but I wouldn't know how to describe it because I'm not a woman. But it's like when a woman has created an ick.
I'm a woman and I don't even know how to describe it, so. But it does exist.
It's like when a woman has an ick that she's associated with a trauma behavior that she's basically created in her mind as a thing that if I ever see this happen, I will try to find cartoonish ways to remove myself from the relationship with the person who did them that I associate it with. But it's nothing that the person that she's with did. It's just the last time that she saw something like that, she absolutely lost her fucking mind and she just can't do it anymore. Or rather doesn't want to put herself through the remembering. It's like, if a guy just happened to take a poop or had passed a fart that just smelled a particular way, she's acting like she just smelled fucking mustard gas and all of a sudden she's turned into a raging monster. I don't know what to call that, but I've had that happen to me at least like 15 times.
Comrade Sechenov, your local malfunction is actually a worldwide catastrophe. Your robots.
I don't even know if I'm the only one it's happened to, but I know it's happened to me.
No, that's really. So basically, what all we're talking about is trauma responses and needing to go to therapy. That's all this is.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Because
you're right. That's exactly what it is.
Because, like, I've had women who've said, oh, that's my trauma response. Like, actively using the terminology of therapy to justify their behavior. I'm like, no, bitch, that's not a trauma response. That's trauma. You're giving it to me. I need to go. And then women who are, like, unironically, autistically losing their shit. And I'm like, honey, it's okay. I can fix it. I can clean it. In fact, sit here and you dad and everything will be fine. And then like after making them dinner and blowing the back out, it's like, I'm sorry. I didn't know what came over me. Thank you. The last time this happened was with like so-and-so and I swore never again. Because sometimes the trauma response is like really funny. Like, the kind of thing that happens when a girl has a really cute sneeze that sounds like a fucking mouse, but when you tease her about it, she goes fucking gorilla on you.
Oh, I've dealt with that. I have literally dealt with that. She goes, I'm like, oh, that's adorable. That's so cute. And then she gets like really mad. I'm like, what's happening? I'm literally joking like this all the time. What changed?
I don't understand that one. I can't give you any insight on that one because I sneeze like a fucking freight train and people jump when I sneeze and I'm just like, I'm sorry. It's loud, I know.
Tina has the old man sneeze.
I do.
230385.
Oh god, it's so bad. I've sneezed and people in my office have jumped and I'm just like, I feel bad.
Violation of Soviet law. As a minister,
The worst was I had this cold recently and it was really bad, but the one symptom that I kept getting is I had to sneeze like 5 times an hour and I just felt so fucking bad because it was so loud.
the
And I'm just
upcoming
like,
launch
I'm
of the
sorry.
collective neural network will be cancelled. And you'll be the subject
I'm over
of a
here
full
dying.
investigation. And I'm making myself clear, Comrade Sectional.
Meanwhile, this video game. I am not one.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've been playing a video game this entire time and we are not talking about video.
See, I haven't had...
How is Atomic Hearts?
SlavJank at its maximum. I'm sure there are some clips that I could actually play from a highlight that I made the other day from something that happened that I could probably play for the stream real fast while I pause this cutscene. Because I cannot for the life of me understand why games keep getting made like this, but then I looked up who made the game and I'm like, oh yeah, it's SlavJank. Of course they made it like this. So, let me see if I can actually find it, because I probably marked it, but I didn't cut it out. Let's see here. Highlight. Where did I make the stream mark? I don't think it was here. I think it was on a different stream the other day. It's probably the first one. 1 second. Leave that.
God damn it.
Leave that here. Because I remember it specifically. I was falling for a very long time because a section of the map didn't load. And I fell underneath the map. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, that's just funny.
And a null floor.
It's just pure jank.
Yeah, pure SlavJank.
That's a good game though. I love Slav. I mean, oh, that's not true. SlavJanks can be really bad, but like I love when they're just that perfect amount.
So you can have fun with a really good SlavJank game, but this game triggered me. Let's see here, filter.
Bad trigger or good trigger?
That's a good trigger?
For me, explosive rage trigger. There you go.
Oh, that sucks.
I'll broadcast this. I'm gonna broadcast this to the green room because people in the stream are probably watching.
Oh my god, rat shields! I'm going to RPG you.
Here we go.
Hang on.
It took us 50 fucking years to figure out chat, but we did it.
Wait, I want to see. Oh god.
Because I should have noticed when the game started glitching out the way that it was there in the clip that the game world didn't load on the other side of the door. Was the streamer using the one to go into Polygon 1? Because that's where I'm headed. I want my thing!
We just felt
like, I want my equipment.
Yeah, this is the...
Because I'm under the impression that I can't backtrack. So the door, I see nothing outside. I walk through it. There I go.
There you go.
Completely black.
Bye-bye.
You can see from the first laugh. You can just see from a first laugh. I want to yell and I scream, and it's like, no, this is too funny. I just keep falling. The elevator let me out, and I fell through the world and its telemetry, and I'm still falling. I'm still falling.
I remember that. That was fucking funny.
SlavJank, SlavJank, Slav. Nothing funnier than a black male losing his mind to the tune of what's new, Pup Scooby Doo. Oh lord. As for the rest of the game, when it actually works, So the combat can be good if you actually have the tools to do the combat. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, naturally, but like it doesn't. Sometimes the combat's almost impossible because there are quirks about how they programmed the hurt box on your character that you just get clipped by enemy ranged attacks no matter what. So even when using your polymer jets to chain together crowd control effects, you basically have to try really, 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 really hard to avoid electrocuting yourself to death. And it's like minor chip damage, but it's annoying to get hit by damage when literally one enemy attack can take you from 100 HP to 30 fucking percent, especially in boss battles. There are fucking items that they have that you specifically need to pop, because it's like if you don't pop them, you're definitely going to reset multiple times. And I don't like using them, but like they're there, so it's kind of like Spirit Ashes in Elden Ring, and that one woman who was bitching and moaning saying, "Oh my god, I can't believe I have to fight 2 Knights of the Crucible," but she actively wouldn't use Spirit Ashes. At that point, if I don't use the item, that's on me. But then, it's like, either it's a really impossible combat that requires you to use like all of your other conventional tools, and then sometimes it's like, oh, I happen to be in a hallway, and the enemy's running at me in a straight line, zap, polymer floor, watch it electrocute itself as I hit it with a swirly blade, just woo, woo, woo. It's either really bad or okay, but then the character never shuts the fuck up. I hate this player character. I hate this player character and his glove. They never shut the fuck up. They won't let the game breathe.
Oh wait, is this like Forspoken bad, where they were like just talking with constant snark, but they didn't understand that you're supposed to like the characters, so hearing them talk constantly while you hate them, it sucks.
Oh no, this game is so fucking memey. They have references to real world things in the game. Like, I believe yesterday there was a Wizard reference, the Nintendo game World Championship video game movie. There was a, I want to say,
Don't Be a Menace.
There was a Don't Be a Menace there's a Don't Be a Menace reference to one of the guns in the menu. There was a reference to a movie, but I forgot what movie it was. I know it wasn't Menace to Society, but it was another one. It was a Hollywood-based movie. But this developer is, like, leaving memes all over this game. And this fucking player character trying to force the catchphrase, Vogel expletive of crispy fucking critters. I cannot wait until I find out how he dies. I cannot wait.
You're like at this point I will push the damn button. I don't even care. I will kill myself in the game.
May I have a word
Thank
with you
fucking God.
in private?
Where's the
that
cyanide polymer? Give me that shit.
That is the most annoying trope that is like in the industry right now, and it's so prevalent, is to make the player character self-referencing and annoying. And I don't know where that came from, but because I don't think there's ever been a scenario where it works. So that's why I'm genuinely confused.
I think it's a mixture of several trends in games that covered up, like with Mass Effect, and you go down the elevator, they had a whole bunch of dialogue. I don't think they understand character interaction or just people. I don't think they understand people. I'm coming to understand that I believe that a lot of these editors or writers for some of these shows or movies or whatever, games and all this, are just really, really antisocial. Like they're probably on the spectrum, some type of narcissist, some other issue, all of it, because they just can't understand people. Because they write them weirdly.
Yeah,
like not even edgy teenager weirdly. They just write weird.
No, I would agree. It's very bizarre to me.
And here I thought the shit that was being written by
dying in the background.
My mother. Are you fine, Ma? She wants to go to sleep.
Who's dying in the background?
That's normal.
That's just
You should hear the shit we talk whenever Jay's on the fucking microphone.
It just comes out of nowhere. Who the fuck is dying in the background?
Oh man. Oh yeah, Carl, does your mom still not like me or like upset with me? Because I would like to have a conversation with her again one day, just so she can like not dislike me. Because that last note we left on was weird.
Wait, who's this?
Moon.
No, I mean, who's the person you had the conversation with? Who's related to Carl?
His mom. So like,
okay.
Yeah, because Carl knows. Like, it was just me. It was a Twitter or something, and I don't remember what it's called, but it's the Twitter function where you can talk to people. And he decided to wash his mom hair, and we talked too. And then like, she was trying to make a point, but then I was the individual who was the counter. Like, I'm the one in a million who's a counter to her point, just because I grew up with older generations. Like, even my parents aren't that young. Like, I'm 25 and they're like 40 and 50. And like, I grew up with my grandparents, so I have like a whole thing of being used with the older generation. And because of that, she got kind of upset because her point fell flat.
Yeah, my mother didn't like that very much at all. She still gets angry about that from time to time.
Okay, I was asking if she like that's still mad about it, because I wanted to talk to her again, see if we could patch that up, but apparently not.
So is the plot of the game good, or is it terrible? Because I was kind of, I honest to God forgot it existed until all the controversy where, like, if you bought it, you're supporting the war or whatever bullshit. So is it actually good?
Which game?
Atomic Heart. Like, I know that the jank is bad. I know the player character is annoying, but is the plot at least good and like entertaining?
I have not gotten far enough in the game. I feel like I'm in like the first 15% of the game, but I would say if it does get better, I'll let you know, because I'm trying to speed clear it as quickly as I can. But it just feels so bad in places. Oh, I am now inside of some kind of dream sequence.
Carl seems so bewildered by that change in the environment. Like, I'm in a dream sequence. What the fuck just happened?
A graham cracker gumdrop house with chocolate pigs, whatever the fuck this thing is, and whatever the fuck that thing is.
Drug trip.
I don't know.
A hit of acid.
Did my character take acid?
I have no idea.
Do we have chemicals that are being served as tea drinks and acid trips? I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I can't scan anything. Okay. Whatever. Alright. So, this definitely doesn't help. I can tell you that much. This definitely does not help that opinion you just asked me. Wait.
From my understanding, the basic premise is that it's like retro-futurist Soviet Union.
Yes, that I can say as much in the game design. Am I a fucking cat with fucking furry legs? Oh my god, either I'm a stuffed animal or I'm a cat with fucking furry legs. Oh my god.
Are you in a bunny suit?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is the thing about this is the thing. It's from what I've watched of you playing it, Carl. Every time I've watched you play, it's been something like, other than the robots themselves, there just seems to be no continuity to what's going on. It just seems like a complete fever dream of a game.
Those are definitely furry arms.
Those are furry legs. I'm wondering if you're in a rabbit costume.
I don't know. I don't usually get down with this kind of mentally ill stuff. But the game's aesthetic is very much if you had like a Fallout killer, right? Because I was giving this discussion while I was like talking about the character's like in-game universe mascot. The mascot that I'm calling Kid Comrade, you know, the little kid animation they play when you go to the Nora vendor to upgrade your equipment or repair anything or to craft anything. That little kid is possibly the kind of mascot character you could build franchise merchandise off of, because I had a fucking study in syndication in the fact that he is such an iconic piece of the game, along with these like halfway in, halfway out old Soviet cartoons with the wolf and the bunnies. That kid could be like the face of the Fallout franchise, kind of like how the Vault Boy, the Vault Boy statues became like the iconographic piece of Fallout iconography, to the point that whenever you see Fallout, you always see a Vault Boy, despite the fact that the Vault Boy was supposed to represent a particular kind of like mentality about the world of post-war compared to the world that you're living in the game. It's so good. And they animated each main skill with something that it does. And of course, it's the reference to the player character itself in every single death animation. He's a part of every single one of those things. It has so much life and so much fun and vibrancy to it that it feels like a waste that they aren't doing more. But I don't know if this particular developer, because this is the first developer's first ever published product. The publisher has published other shit, but this is their first ever, like, truthfully designed AAA, like, who the fuck is talking to me? Who's Teardrop?
There's a character in the game called Teardrop.
Apparently, that's what the subtitles are telling me.
Isn't this game set in the fucking Soviet Union?
Yes.
So confused.
My man is trying to praise a part of the game. There's some bullshit in it distracts him from his praise.
He's trying to praise the game, and the game is insistent on not being praised, so it throws some bullshit in there immediately.
But it's like, it could be a meme. I think the most annoying thing, if I was to ever give myself actual criticism myself, I could get aside with like everybody who's like, oh my god, that one guy on Twitter. And it's like, yeah, sure, there could be plenty of people who have, oh, I can just walk on the water. Okay. There could be some people that'd be like, oh yeah, Carl's tweets are annoying sometimes, because I feel like he says, like, he takes a paragraph to say a sentence, but it's like, no, I have to be exact with the fuck shit I'm talking about. Oh look, it's Commander Luciagan. He's actually walking around. He looks like a fucking boy. This is like the least goofiest thing about this entire area. Look at him go. He's just vibing. Not a thought in his head. Anyways,
oh my God.
I could be on the side of people being like, well, I don't like this person's takes because I think he's fucking stupid. And yet at the end of the day, it's like, I could care so much less about any of the things that I ever see or ever give a criticism on if I could just be like, oh yeah, it's not for me, I dislike it, but I guess it's not hurting anybody. Because even at the end of the day, you'll have a person try to give like a really dumbass take and be like, no, you should let children try to like talk to adults about sexual shit. I'm like, nigga, what? Huh? And with this game, especially with Hogwarts Legacy, because Hogwarts Legacy is not Game of the Year, it's a good game, but it's also a game for the die-hard Harry Potter enthusiast who always wanted to become a Harry Potter student in the wizarding world of Harry Potter, the same way that Disney fans loved a Disney bound and character outfits inspired by their favorite characters. I can imagine, especially having been a Disney employee, at least in terms of a vocalist singing at the Epcot Center for at least 4 years after I graduated high school, because I did it when I was in course as a member of the Fine Arts program. I still have my 2 commemorative string bags, one of which I think my sister threw away into a different box, but I still have the first one I have. But after years of doing shit like that and playing video games, either as a living or as a part of learning how to design them as a computer science student before I like took computer science as that and then a double major in theater. I, for the life of me, cannot be able to give good opinions about games like this because there's always some aspect of them that I like, but then when I try to give them a fair shake, they always come up with some crazy ass bullshit out of nowhere and then try to justify how actually it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but it's really, really bad. Like for Hogwarts Legacy, the thing that pissed me off about it was that so much of the game was centered around you trying to do all of these fucking side quests. But the game, with all the loot it's going to be throwing at you, only has a starting amount of 20 gear slots. And every time you go into combat, you're basically going to get, like, as many as the enemy potentially drops, along with the healing potions, or the Wiggenweld potions, as they call them. And they made it so that people who were playing the game, I got all of them, yeah. People who were playing the game could have the Room of Requirement basically as the one-stop shop every time after a quest you come here and collect your resources engine, and that part of the game works fine. You know, you collect your wild beasts, you breed them, you get more resources to upgrade your equipment with. Why are they in polka dots, though? Why are they all the same person?
You're questioning about all this weird shit?
I'm just paying attention to the details, and I'm like, why are they all the same person? Why are they polka dots? Why am I collecting apples?
That's it for the win.
Whee! Aw. It reset. Whee! If I just fly out of bounds, it's gonna keep resetting me, right? Yeah. I dropped not out of bounds that time. But, shit, are those apple? No, those are bombs. Okay. But, even that game, everything that had nothing to do with the Room of Requirement was either half-baked or really shitty. The game plays as though it's supposed to be like a lifesome as a Hogwarts student embroiled as a fifth year in secret dark plots, almost as if it could have been like a secret one-off film that is tied to the canonality of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, which is, I guess, why they called it Hogwarts Legacy. But it's like, if all this shit happened inside of Hogwarts Castle, how did none of this, because the game's basically a prequel to Harry Potter, if all this shit happened inside of Hogwarts Castle, how is it that none of the consequences of any of these things happening ever came up in the books? And of course, it's not canon to the books, but it feels like it feels like it would be. Because, oh my god, this is a big secret. Ancient magic? A person who's able to non-vocally subcast and cast lightning at people? How wild! But then, you play the game, and for me, I wanted to, like, explore and do all the fucking missions as much as I possibly could until I could unlock more and then do more. Because it's a part of the game loop that you need to actually, like, collect. Starting with the Merlin trials, you need to do at least 20 plus, however, the last rank and then the rank before that, I think it was like maybe a minimum of 40 Merlin trials to fully unlock all of your inventory extensions, but you only get an additional 20 inventory slots. So you start out with 20, and you get up to 40. Fuck. You get up to 40. I'm starting to get angry at this fucking sub. You start with 20, and you end up with 40, and they don't go any further above that. And there are plenty of more challenges. And sure, you have internal Steam achievements tied to them, but it's like, I don't care. I'm not going to collect them if you're not going to actually give me a reward for doing the rest of them other than a stupid fucking achievement. I'm not Gerard. My life isn't fixtured on me getting every achievement in every game I play. And that's pretty much the entirety of its collectathon and game loop. You get rewards up to a point, and then after that, you're just doing it for the fucking hell of it. And that's like, no. That's meaningless. That's probably one of the most frustrating things a person could play as, like, a casual player. Because for the dive-hard people, maybe they'll do that. But that's like a gameplay loop from the fucking years of, Brutal Legend. And, like, should a game made by Double Fine that featured the voice artistry of Jack Black and multiple fucking, rock and roll legends really be the standard of what you make as modern video game loops? with a worse gameplay loop than Ukulele? Is that really what we're doing? But apparently it was. And it was like that for every single achievement. For the combat ones, you at least got the achievement in such a way where your ability to... I probably left it up on the other screen inside of Discord. I'm sorry. Or no, I put it on OBS. Never mind. Streamer brain, I'm sorry. All of the achievements for the combats were just basically like, kill these many dark wizards, get an upgrade that potentially gives you protection against that type of damage, kill these many spiders, get a certification that protects you from this kind of damage. And it just never stopped. I feel like there's more in this area, but I haven't seen the ones that I'm missing. I hope they're in this pipe, and it doesn't just cut off, because then I'd be annoyed. I don't see any more.
Carl, I wanted to throw something at you. Do you think it's possibly this is influenced by the Harry Potter like IP and the fandom itself? Because I recently just went to Atlanta, and I went to the Harry Potter or whatever you call it thing there. That's supposed to be all the movie experiences, and you can actually take pictures and all that. I didn't go in because there's like $40 fucking plus change for like one ticket, which is bullshit. But as going through that, I'm realizing that's a lot of what Harry Potter is. It's like a very baseline awful marketing and like consumer practices, really, because the Harry Potter fandom is so rabid about their product that they'll kind of like consume whatever from them, and they're kind of like a very, very dedicated fan base where you can just like do anything with pricing and like add that on with gaming. Because like the thing is, like, they do all the, oh my goodness, you're so bad for using the killing curse in the game, but like your like character is like racking up a body count higher than Voldemort while playing it.
And like, it's actually like it's actually not hard to imagine anyone in like any vaguely bad like wizard having a higher body count than Voldemort in the like late 19th century, because the wizarding like community in Britain is meant to be thriving in the 19th century, but like because of the amount of wars that British wizards engaged in throughout the 20th century, by like the 70s and especially the 90s, there's only about like, well, I think J.K. Rowling said like 3,000 wizards left in all of Britain.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why people talk about how can Hogwarts can't be the one school for all of the UK. It's really small, and it's like in the actual canon, the wizarding population is also really fucking small because they killed each other.
Yeah,
because it's canon it's canon in Harry Potter that wizards fought in World War One. They engaged in the Grindelwald War, which happened around World War II, and you can presume at least some wizards fought in World War II as well. The first war against Voldemort, and then they have the second war against Voldemort, and that all happened in the span of about 70, 80 years. Like, they fucked themselves 4 times in a row.
You're gonna have to import a lot of students from Wagyu! And I'm gonna say that every time I say that name, because that's unironically the place that the Natsai Onai character comes from. It is an actual place in Zimbabwe, actually, Matabele land, and Wagadu itself, which is supposed to be, what was the fucking translation again? What was the translation, Callum? Something in the mountains?
Hold on, I'll look.
I don't remember. I'll be honest, a lot of her naming schemes are kind of dumb. So
wait.
I will tell you. I will stand by Kingsley Shacklebolt to the end of my fucking days. Because even though the consecrated cringe of acting in a Resident Evil remake on fucking Netflix killed Lance Reddick. You cannot tell me that if Lance Reddick showed up at a costume party dressed as Kingsley Shacklebolt, you're gonna tell him, brah, come on, man. You can't do that. There are children around here. You'd be like, fucking shit.
I genuinely don't think that is one of the few things where I was like, I don't think that was an actual racial motivated name. I think she just put two words together that sounded magically and cool. And in retrospect, it's like, okay, maybe. Maybe that wasn't a good idea.
Here's the thing. I don't think any of her names are like racially motivated. I just think towards the latter half of her writing the book, she just got a bit lazy about it, and she kind of started to lean into very common and very stereotypical names. Like, come on, Cho Chang, really?
That's probably arguably the most racist name, and I like look at it and I'm be like, that's 2 last names, so like fair point. But yeah, it sounds more like white lady ignorant than it does intentionally trying to be racist. That's what I get from it.
I couldn't be mad about that.
Like, people complain about Seamus Finnegan being called Seamus Finnegan, but Seamus Finnegan is a legitimately Irish name. It's a perfectly normal
Why does he have such a thing with pyrotechnics, and his name is Seamus Finnegan?
Remember when Poe and I found... remember when Poe and I found these sissification books that are written by Whitney Ryan, and he and I both covered Black Nation?
Yeah.
That was some fucking motivated racial bullshit. That made me feel like, oh, you just hate black people. Because there's no way you're going to be like, yes, I'm going to write a sissification story that basically is literally what's happening in the culture war. I'm literally going to write how it exactly would happen. White women would turn against their white brethren for a chance to be bred by black dick all day, every day. Huh? And then the way that she wrote the characters to speak, like, oh, you got a pretty mouth, boy. Yeah, well, you got a pretty mouth, boy. Come on here, let me see what I want to add some NPC to it.
Yeah, no, that I know what you're talking about. Are you talking? There was that author on Amazon who only writes the like hardcore black porn, and it's like I found it it went on Twitter at one point because people found it and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And that's how I got exposed to it. That shit seems actually racist.
Like, there's so many of it, and like that's not the only ones that they write. Like, there's the blacked ones, and then there's the sissification one. There are so many fucking authors. So I remember when Poe and I covered it on the podcast the second time, one of his audience members gave me a giant zip file with multiple sissification stories that we could just start reading for fun when we start the podcast up for season 2. Because Jay's in the middle of moving right now, and when we bring it back, we're probably going to start having it on StreamYard. Because Poe never gets involved in anything that I do because he's too busy fucking reposting other people's tweets on the internet. But that is not a subtweet. That's just real. When we bring it back, I will probably have to go through them because there's always like 2 types. There's always the ones where it's like the hardcore blacked ones because I can probably find them if I look them up right now. Hold on, because I can think of the ones in my mind right now that were written by Whitney Ryan. Let's see here. Looking, because I know this one I'm thinking of is written by a woman called Sally Bend. I am terrified to click on the fucking image whenever I look through things for Google. But okay. I'll broadcast it.
Imagine what you Google to find it, and I would be terrified as well.
The title is what I googled for this, because I thought it was written by Whitney Ryan, but it was written by somebody else. I'll broadcast this inside the server. I'm not putting this on the fucking screen! So,
I would not.
So, you have ones like this. Goodreads, Pumped by the Bodybuilding Thugs.
Oh, good God.
An interracial sissy story written by Whitney Ryan, and you get like the most stereotypical what you'd expect to be on the cover of like a Z-list celebrity voice acted game, like just 2 black men and then white guy wearing a bra in a blonde wig.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Like,
For First of all, the title of this is already a problem. We already have lost as soon as we have read the title. Secondly, why the fuck is this on Goodreads? Who is like reading this and is like, I'm gonna write a damn review about it?
Let's see here. So,
you don't want people to know you're reading this.
So,
I genuinely don't have a problem with people having weird fetishes as long as they keep them to themselves. But at the end, when it gets to like I genuinely have like a bad feeling about someone whenever they openly admit that they have like a race-based fetish. It really just rubs me the wrong way.
Bro, you think that's bad. You think that's bad. This gets worse. This gets worse. Just look. Smothered by my BBW sister's cheeks.
For fuck's sake.
Fertile Wives, which says that this is a part of a series of stories. Christina and Her Dream Thug, Book 1.
41 people like this, and 5 people are currently reading. I feel like you should not have this on your Goodreads account.
No, seriously, like, the people who read this really need to go outside and make contact with greenery.
And the thing...
No, but
my favorite thing is not only are people reading this publicly, they're liking the thing on Goodreads and they're leaving a fucking review. The last one I don't think had any stars, but this one has 3 out of 5.
Oh no, the last one had 3.67 with 6 ratings and 1 review. This one had 7 ratings and 3.29, but no reviews. Then, Thugs Breed My Bratty Daughter. You pulled these images directly off of a stock website. I don't even think that one in the top left corner is a man. I think that's a stud from behind, bro.
80 people liked this. This one's more popular, and that's more disturbing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we are a fallen species. We are not redeemable. God cannot come fast enough.
Then we.
God, this is why God doesn't come to us. He sees this shit and he's like, what the fuck did I create?
Then we start reaching the sissification books. Sissified by Her Thug, an interracial bisexual cuckold story. Now we're involving the men. The wig is a little bit more believable this time. Another stock photo of another black male with his shirt off, with a 6-pack. But now, it's like getting more interested in, no. We need to cuck the boyfriend at the same time, too.
70?
No, but that's like so much of cuckold shit, though. It's like very gay. Like, talk to a bull. Any bull who's actually done the bullshit. He knows a lot of those niggas are just gay.
And then, of course, Black Future. And the worst part about this one is that I feel this one would be the one where it's like, alright, this is obviously a fetish. But this one is the one that looks the most believable, where it's like, okay, maybe this one is actually gonna be of quality, because this is the one that everybody's fucking heard of. I feel that we're not so much responsible for that as it is, this one is the most fucking egregious. Because she does some legitimately believable world building that we're seeing playing out in front of us every day on Twitter. And yet, I don't think writing a plot where actually the world is controlled by big black thugs that ride around as arms of the militia with DNA and biometric locked guns sold to them by the Chinese government so that they could start an uprising, fully taking over the entire United States of America and going from controlled hovel to controlled hovel, shrinking the dicks of every white male and taking every white woman away to the breeding facilities where they can get fucked and impregnated by black men on the regular and churning out test tube babies to create the big-dicked, multiracial, mulatto, caramel future is anything less than, you just want black dick, ain't it? Because when we confronted her about this, she blocked both of us.
It really does just scream, like, you have a preference and you're trying to project it into these stories of grand domination. Just like, no, just go date a black guy. Go date a black guy.
Just
nobody's stopping you. Go on.
It's even worse because I think the issue is she doesn't respect white men. It's literally she doesn't respect white men.
Like just
I'm gonna be quite frank. I don't think she respects black men either. I feel like this is a very specific fetish.
Listen.
At the end of the day, the woman this messed up and in her own shit, I really don't care whether she respects me or not.
Like, listen to the...
doesn't respect herself.
Like, listen to the fucking synopsis. The year is 2045. The southern United States lives under black rule. All white males are sissified. White women live to serve black kings in vast reproduction facilities. Welcome to America's black future. Alex Lang remembers life before the revolution, before the government issued hormones, the sissy wigs, frilly lingerie, and mandatory chastity. He lives on the war-torn outskirts of New Africa, where he hides his beautiful blonde stepsister Kaylee from the clutches of the new African army. As muscle-bound black soldiers prowl the countryside looking for fertile white women, Alex will stop at nothing to protect sweet Kaylee's purity. In his pink and blue wig, flirty sissy skirt, and fishnet stockings, just like it is on the cover. See? And this one, I just feel like you hired a woman who just has beasting titties. This doesn't look like a white man in a wig. This is just like a B cup woman. But okay, in his pink and blue wig, frilly sissy skirt, and fishnet stockings, Alex gives his tender white body to a gang of pitiless black alpha soldiers, the ultimate act of courage and sacrifice. But is sissy Alex prepared for the overwhelming demonstration of power and domination? The encounter brings him face to face with his worst fears and his most unspeakable sissy fantasies. Big, black, cock. Acclaimed author and pro-dom Whitney Ryan presents a tantalizing political vision of the future. Her powerful, vivid, fly-on-the-wall passages of 3-on-1 interracial men on sissy action pushes the boundaries of sensual, bussy fiction. The Black Kings have their way with Alex's sissy bodies pumping and pounding and cursing through one of the hottest gang scenes in the history of the genre, and interspersed throughout the sizzling prose, a suspenseful narrative full of imaginative world building unfolds. Experience the true power of black bulls and black jackboots. Prepare to pay the ultimate reparations. Fat ass! Explore the mind-bending world of Black Future, the first book in Whitney Ryan's brand new series. And the literal tagline of this book is literally, in an African voice, "It's over, white boy!" And I know that because it was on Amazon, so she pulled it! I can't.
What I love about this is the fact that none of the people who have this fetish seem to acknowledge that the African American community is and in fact most minority communities are noticeably, like encouragingly, more homophobic than any white person would ever be. Like, and this kind of stuff to the average African American is going to be highly insulting, highly offensive, and just downright disgusting. And it really just speaks to this kind of whipped up image in the eyes of some like desperate for dick white woman that that's not even close to any kind of reality of any kind of self-respecting black man.
What physically hurts me about it is that it's okay for you to have a fetish of wanting to insult men. Okay, you can do that. Feminists do it all the time. But I feel that there's a point, especially with white women, because should we talk about the dichotomy between white women and white women? Because sometimes we never talk about the difference. Because sometimes there's a difference between Vivian Adreno and puppy fucking Savannah, right?
Yeah.
I feel if there's a point where I have to concern myself with, does she fuck the puppy? If I ever have to ask myself that question, that's not a white woman. That's a white woman.
I just had a thought that I always wondered why they had share buttons on Pornhub, and those people who are liking and that porn publicly on Goodreads are the people that button is for. That's just my thoughts.
Because like
I ain't never been watching a porn and been like, who needs to see this? My mom.
Like, I can't imagine being like sitting down to bust a nut. Because if you're gonna bust a nut, you can't bust just one. I can't imagine sitting down to fap to porn, and in fapping to porn, like right after you blast the first rope, you're like, oh shit! I bust that nut in 5 seconds. You know who would like this? My homeboy Ezekiel. Bro, I got that new Simone Simon. Check this shit out. Send.
I have to assume that's either part of the fetish is to have a public knowledge that that's what they're reading, or they just do not know that their Goodreads profile is public. Because I would have, if I was reading that for research purposes to try to, actually read it to see if it's well coherent, I would have scrubbed that shit from my profile, and no one ain't gonna know that I read that shit.
Have you seen Jay and I's review of the 7-episode season 1 of Interview with the Vampire?
No.
Oh, you're in for a fucking treat. I'm gonna give you a link, and it's gonna send you for a fucking loop. Hold on.
I remember that. That was fucking hilarious.
You know something that's funny about that? To a certain, like, Interview with a Vampire is kind of in the books and everything. It's kind of like gay culture. I feel it's homophobic to change the way they changed it the way they did, because it ruined so much about it.
Wait, seriously? They made it less gay? That feels
No. It's still very gay, but it's gay now.
That still feels homophobic.
It's not subtly gay. It's openly gay.
It's going
otherwise
to physically hurt you to watch all of this. And it'll take you a while to get through these. This is like, let's see, the first one is 41 hours, the second one is 37, well, excuse me, not 41 hours, 41 minutes, 37 minutes, 33 minutes, 39 minutes, 48 minutes, 38 minutes, and the last one is like almost a full hour because it was their feature-length finale episode. But, even if you watch this on double time, you will die laughing at the shit that they put into the show and that she and I react to, and you're going to get to some parts where it's going to be like, damn, Carl, I feel like you're overreacting. Mentally, I was fucking dying. But I also didn't want to sit there and just rant and do nothing. So I would play up how angry I was. I'm going to find one of the better examples from the Little Orphan Granny and More Kids, More Problems episode. And I'll play that for you. Because, like, there's so much. Episode 7 is the end. She needs to see all of the cringe, because the cringe that we do watching that builds up to the moment. Because you need the build up to fully enjoy the last episode of us reviewing it. But this one in question, and I guess the audience can watch along too at home. You all can watch too. This shit physically killed my soul. In fact, we can just watch this entire episode. This won't take long in double time.
Let's do it.
Think this shit's Breaking Bad? You think this shit is The Walking Dead? It's not even Fear the Walking Dead. Who do you think you are?
This is the premise of our interview.
I'm the exceptional Negro.
I could not save Storyville, but I could save her.
A divine, sweet, angelic white woman. She's not white. She was dark. That's why the joke got hit. I don't even know what that. You let finish. She's not white. She's dark. Chocolatey, carameled, lightly toasted. You told me not to make sure your channel got suspended, so I opted not to say my toasted neglect.
You were scheduled to have your levodopa transfusion this week.
I'm tapping my phone.
Mr. De Pointulac has arranged a physician to administer it here tomorrow.
It's pretty fucked up to do that behind my back, but whatever.
Also, how'd you get access to that? How do you know who it is? This is very invasive.
I'm guessing either Louis can fly, or that is really impractical fucking design.
You're getting access to very precious items from the archives. We suggest you begin on the left.
We couldn't have the actor here. Instead, we will now have him do the scenes that we recorded 6 months ago during the pandemic, and then have you do here on our soundstage in the fictional environment that we designed on this high rise. It's clearly the background of green screen.
POWs are malnourished. Nothing but bone and sinew.
Sinew, not sinew. Oh, get ready for this narration. You're gonna flip. You're gonna love it.
Auntie told me to stay put and keep away from the door.
Oh my god, she's doing it too!
I told you you're gonna love it.
Please, if you all learn nothing from this broadcast, I'm going to teach you how to do a proper Cajun accent. It does not start with you twanging your voice like you live in Texas, but for some reason speak like you come from the bayou. It is in your larynx, it is in your throat, it is in your pronunciation. Lips pursed like you're speaking French, but draw down because you don't know how to use that speak because that was proper people speak, and you are niggerish. Long draws with your words. Slow it down, not an egg in your throat like English, but specifically like a hot piece of fish in your mouth. It's hard for you to speak like this, but it's going to be easier the moment you do it. Then make affectionate tones, longer, deeper. Inhale with your diaphragm, not with your nose. Now you're speaking Cajun, because I didn't say here, boy, y'all's diction is shit.
She got stuck on the other side and brought the fire back.
Can you unclasp my hands, darling?
That's when the Black Angel came.
The Black Angel came. Oh god.
Why do y'all niggas have so much laziness that you just chose to re-edit the scene but put an open close eye filter around it?
Jesus, so he lands the exact same way. Like you said before, he tries to line himself up with the camera.
And that's when I guess I was in heaven. So I waited for the pain to go
So
away.
shit.
Now you want to throw?
I need her not to die. There's only so few chocolates in the lemon. Hey, lose another one.
The White Angel, he bit me.
He bit me? The White Angel, he bit me?
And I thought, what a strange thing for an angel to do.
What? It's a fucking dialogue.
That's when the Black Angel came. He was beautiful and strong, and he carried me like I was made of feathers. The White Angel, he bit me right in the neck. And I thought, what a strange thing for an angel to do.
I gotta cut this shit the fuck off. What is it? What is she doing? I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm not concerned about the searing pain in my fucking neck with this nigga taking a big ass chomp out of my larynx. No, what I'm thinking about is like, that's such a strange thing to do. So the Batman, what the fuck is... I can't take this shit. What the fuck? Oh god. And the thing is, she's so aged up that she sounds retarded when she talks like this.
How old is the character supposed to be?
Well, she's supposed to be 14, but then they cast like a 19-year-old actress to play her.
How are you looking at him if your eyes are fucking shut? I understand I always want to make this a magazine from her perspective, but like him telling her a funny joke and then biting into her.
And then I tasted it. And right away I felt strong as a street cop.
Why would you? So he cuts his arm open and you see him do that, but you're not trying to turn your mouth away from his blood since you live in this time period and you know about shit like typhoid, tuberculosis, and all the other shit that is a blood transferred disease, and you're not like, and then tastes like chicken.
And what I thought were angels were really hell demons.
That's the gayest shit I ever heard.
Seeing as my mom died, and Auntie, she was burnt up too. I decided to make the best of it.
How did you turn so fast?
I hate this. And she doesn't go through the same. She doesn't even eventually go through the same pain that Louis did. She just like turned. She just drinks some blood. I have fangs. And she got those Twilight contacts. It's bad.
I have a lot of questions.
Oh my god. If she's supposed to be 14, I'm 21. God damn.
I told you.
Bitch, you know that jawline. What the fuck?
We can hear people's thoughts.
What?
It's a special trick only folks like us have. Like the nails and the teeth.
See, they can speak to each other because they're both exceptional Negroes.
They got the nigga powers and their white masters can't hear them making their plans to go through the Underground Railroad. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all knew exactly what you were doing with this shit.
Instead of just one exceptional Negro, now we have ourselves an exquisite and magnificent Negress. Look at her hair of fine curls, her eyes of crimson fire, burning with the rage of her ancestors. Skin kissed in honey mist and auburn, the cinnamon and cocoa butter. Yes, this is an exquisite black woman. Mine the skin of this
Shut up.
That's where we burn bodies.
Why do we burn bodies?
Good bodies.
Uncle Les and Daddy Lou are rich.
She calls the black one daddy, because of course she does. Oh, Christ, please kill me quickly.
There's always the birds and the beasts.
Or you can endeavor on an experience that feels like eating syrup while riding on the wind.
Nigga, that was gay.
That's the gayest shit I ever heard.
She's looking at him like, that's gay, Uncle Les.
Oh no, that is not the face you want your actors to make. Holy shit. Young girl, why are you humming?
So you already know how to lure people now? Like you just turned into a vampire 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I do declare, everything's different. The men I thought was angels with hell demons. Oh, what's that? Oh my, I smell a white man. Oh, you got some big old arms on you, boy.
Jesus Christ.
When she first goes, the first question she gets is not a down man on his luck. No, it can't be a white man, because remember, these are white liberals, so you know they're commies. No, we don't feed on the internet of our society. These men, while in poverty, are supposed to be rich and disenfranchised members of the proletariat. No, we eat the pigs. We eat the white man. If you wanted to be really Carl about it, you could say that there's something here about a black woman that's choosing to eat white men. She gets kind of joy from it.
Yeah, the other guy was white, wasn't he? Drunk?
A white drunk, but you see, he wasn't tall, dark, and racist.
I said, where are your parents?
I call her a nigger.
I forgot that I dropped a hard on that episode.
What the fuck did you say?
This chocolate girl's eating my neck. Oh no.
There's been too many references to the devil.
What the fuck was that camera zoom?
I have no idea.
We gotta get an angle of him sliding in to stop her. But do real dramatic. It's gonna just be like his Scorsese. Also, why is she
I need to start and stop this stream really fast. Hold on. I have to erase the evidence.
narrating the first time she hunted a person.
Entire thing because it was pretty good.
Oh, I sent you the entire
But
playlist of all 7 episodes.
Oh, thank you. I did not know they made a show of Interview with the Vampire. Did they do that recently?
Yes.
Have I just been so disconnected?
Yes, they did this recently.
Yeah, it's recent. The reason why you don't know about it is because of shit.
I mean, I imagine it is, because the Interview with the Vampire fandom is still very much around and very rabid. And so, like, I was like, that must have been bad if I heard nothing about it. Because even the Game of Thrones sequel, not sequel, it's a prequel technically. Even that
House of the Dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
We expected that to be dog shit, but it actually turned out to be alright.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's also a very bad detail you shouldn't have included. People have to go outside to snuff out the streetlights. Niggas are still out there. And then you coming back with a girl that nobody's ever seen before, your domicile, will be unaccounted for. I can already feel it. But a black woman, ain't nobody care about no niggas back then in Sourdale. That's worse, because we're not dealing with normal racism. We're dealing with white liberal racism. Yeah. Not even people who have been associated with her family would be asking about her. They just assume she died in a house fire despite them not finding the bones. Bad taste in your mouth from the cop. And also this nigga right there.
And she's covered in blood too. Jesus Christ.
I'm so hungry. I think I'm gonna die.
More tomorrow, okay?
Please.
Stress.
Women.
That show. They both look at themselves. They both look at each other and be like, ugh, niggas.
Oh, she killed the motherfucker across the street.
You two dumbasses are so fucking dumb that you took your eyes off the very clearly peckish, young, juvenile vampire, and y'all dumbasses stood there clucking like hens and let her eat the nigga across the street like a poor boy.
You suck him like frog legs and burn him like trash.
You suck him like frog legs, burn him like trash. You in garbage. What an asshole.
Jumping up the stairs, okay.
What the fuck are you doing?
When Daddy wasn't looking, I would stick my hand in the sunlight just to see how it burnt like fire across my fingertips. It gave the thrill of being a vampire just that much more enjoyment.
Well, the fool's Daddy Lou.
Keeping you safe, little wave. She took to the book again. Why did you talk to the book?
The book is my friend.
Why is she sleeping in your coffin? Why did she get her own?
Yeah, she's 14. That's not good. No, it's not okay. See, in the movie, it was kind of like, yeah, child parent thing, but like, this kid is 14. This is weird.
Hey, I'm motherfucking acting like a fucking gay married couple, bickering and commenting on the weird shit she does. Like, it's supposed to be like, hey, just like in real life. Didn't this like her? Was he annoyed with her creation? He was literally resistant to changing her. And now you're just like, why did she talk to the book again?
Well, you have to entertain like the fag hags who watch the show. They love seeing gay shit between two hot guys. They like to think they're LGBT adjacent because they watch shit like this.
Y'all motherfuckers think you're queer adjacent, but I feel like you should be prison adjacent.
They speak your friends. They gonna fight now.
They gonna fight now. This fucking dialogue. She's 14, not 4. What the fuck?
So y'all niggas aged her up from 9 to 14, so you can have yourself all the teenager. I told you they were gonna do this. You aged her up so you can have all the quirky teenage shit, like trying to go out on dates and fucking do dumb shit that's quirky for a black girl in 1910 times Louisiana to do. But that doesn't make fucking sense because Louis would know this since he's been a vampire for X amount of years. Sure, he didn't fucking deal with him as anything other than fucking food, but he wouldn't ask dumbass questions like this.
I could take her measurements so as not to distress her any further than she already is.
It's so soft.
Oh god.
The face that Louis makes in the scene.
Beat the shit out of this girl.
Louis, this girl is dragging me up the fucking wall. We need to teach her the idea of being incognito. She's fucking exposing us everywhere she fucking goes. We had to kill the tailor last week, and that man was the only one who knew how to make the pants like work. Well, my massive dick. She's ruining shit. She's ruining everything, Louis.
It's just me, my pen, and the peacock and that goddamn got a what?
What the fuck? I'm hurting. I mean, you see how well they did Claudia in the original film. They got Kirsten Dunst an Oscar nomination.
I had a mother once, and Louis, he had a wife. He was mortal, the same as she, and so was I.
Oh, yeah.
You made us what we are, didn't you? Did you do it to me? It's so soft.
You're just ruining it. Look at my lips. You're ruining it. Your fucking shit creaks. What the fuck are you?
It's just your dicks.
And then y'all niggas CGI a fucking light bulb. And you're still CGIing the light bulb despite when the camera's on. You can just put a real one in there. Y'all niggas are filming this in my steak. It's not hard to find a light bulb.
How does it work? Love between two men.
He puts his dick in my ass.
Sorry, Carl.
You're going to upset and offend your Muslim audience.
It's not me, it's the show. The show is doing this hokey shit.
It would be hilarious if we just walked and said Judaism #1 bitch. Shabbat shalom.
I thought Louis was your god.
No, but he's his cook. You made notes about people. Pilot, co-pilot, attendant. Do they know they work for a vampire? Security details. 3 cars for little me. A non-disclosure agreement? How do these arrangements work? How much money? Rashid. Refers to Louis. Always Mr. Dulak. I serve a god. It's my honor. Makes martinis like you work at Duke's. Electronic mailbox. Does Louis enforce his kind of language? Why?
He's like he's gathering notes on the
Oh, I get that. All I know is that he said something along the lines of, what is big and game? That's what it looks like.
No, what is his end game? That's what it says.
Okay.
Dear new diary, nice to meet you.
Oh, her narration is shit.
Before not one. I have my own room now, which is good.
How the fuck did you build this?
How old are you again, Uncle Liz?
106, 159.
Why are you lying about your age? You're a fucking vampire. You should not have vanity about your age because you do not age.
Jay, they're gay.
Why are you lying about your age? You're fucking vampire.
Bitch, do you want him to walk in this room and drink it in?
She doesn't know who they are. Not exactly.
She knows that her brother can tear the fucking doors off the hinges and beat the fucking shit in all the way down the hallway.
Exactly. That's why she asked, you okay to a top? You over here like busting doors into my house. You clearly have anger issues.
We can pay you in installments.
You and your white daddy doing fine in the quarter.
Your white daddy.
That's not an inaccurate statement.
True.
You forget what I did to that door, Green?
Yes, correct. Stop being an exceptional Negro and start being a violent nigga. And then, as I stood there staring at them, a shucking and jiving inside the cabin car, I felt a burning ache down in my legs, but it wasn't really my legs. I know it wasn't my stomach. I didn't really feel all that hungry, but not for me.
You know, you're joking, but she actually says that later.
I can't quite put it into words, but it's like something opened up in my head and my body.
And it's like, bitch, how do you feel anything? You're a vampire. You should not feel arousal. I think the creators of the show really misread the scene when Claudia was looking at that naked chick in the window in the first film. She was looking at her because she was like, am I ever going to grow into that? Not because she wants to fuck her. That's weird. Oh my god, that sped up effect is so shit.
I've been 18 for 7 months now. And it's time I started acting like it.
This makeup makes her look 43.
It's true though. She looks fucking like the fact that she can pass for older. It fucks up the whole eternal child thing. Like, what's the point of her having like a dilemma?
Part of it is because if you take her out of the fucking hair and put her in, then she looks older. But then I would say anyone would look older if you stop wearing pigtails. But then it's like you put her in the outfit of a modern woman flapper, and it's like I literally think she just aged from 18 by 26 years.
That's why they should have kept her a little girl. Why did they just keep her a little girl?
Like, why did she get that dark circle directly under her eyebrows? Like, that's not what contouring is supposed to do. She's got a fucking thing on forehead. What the fuck is going on with her? Why does her lip complexion have the look as though she's been puckering, sucking on the same sour jelly for 16 hours? What the fuck is going on with her body and figure? What happened to her hips? What happened to her chest? What happened to her side profile and her silhouette? What the fuck did you do to her hair? Did it just disappear from her head and all the way underneath the goddamn hat? Did she cut it off? Did you let her cut it off? Did you make her cut it off? Why did you choose the unflattering color of red uncrimson with brown? Because it's specifically cherry red, brown fucking crimson jacket clashing with the dark red sequin bottoms. Why is she not wearing a normal fucking skirt? Why do you have her wearing white tights which conflicts with the red in the ground? Why did you choose all these fucking colors?
I wear better though.
And why do you have her in a fucking bonnet? All women wear the bonnet. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, you think you're pregnant? Oh, you think you're pregnant? I'm gonna choke on myself. That's very accurate. Oh my god. Oh, it's not even near vaudeville times. That's like in the 1930s. What are you doing? She still looks too fucking old. But now there is no fucking way you're gonna tell me that this character is 14.
Darky playing dressed up in the dark.
Oh fuck. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
Diary, his name is Charlie. He's got veins like rivers. They flow right down his arms.
Oh my god, I was joking about the boy. You got some big arms. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So she's
This is bad.
Development, despite the fact that she cannot grow old and she's supposed to have an emotional dilemma over it.
It's so much worse. And I'm only showing you 2 episodes.
Yeah, cute, but you're a light-skinned nigga. I can't take you to the fucking speakeasy. What would the other niggas say about me? I figured if I was gonna be of the devil, I might as well start doing some sinning of my own. Again, why am I writing a dialogue for you guys?
I don't want to hear fucking narration throughout the whole episode. Shit. I'm glad.
Why is your joke dialogue better than the actual dialogue?
I'm thinking about it. Damn, I can have all the material. She kept talking.
Well, you see, I actually have writing experience and they don't. It's actually funny. If you take a CPSE course in Columbus, at least in Georgia, and you actually are anywhere nearby a campus where a lot of studios like Hi-Rez, the creators of like all those one games that people never hear about, but the one that they're famous for is the lead killer of theirs, which is Smite. You can take a class elective to learn how to do creative writing. But if you are a CPSC student, the instructor will actively give you a free opportunity to sit in on their language and speech courses, and you can actively learn from them how to do better dialogue. It's completely free for any college. You can actively do it for anything, because if you're into game development, you're eventually going to have to learn how to write a script. Like, not just writing a script for the coding, but learning how to write the dialogue script and how to make it work in Python, how to make it work with Boolean scripts and code lines, how to fix the code lines on particular scripts and how you want to present them inside of the program, Blender modeling, all that. So you get to have basically a free AP Lich, if not a free 2-year part of the English bachelor degree for free, and it shows.
Clearly, this is really bad.
The other part is just me being a voice actor, and it's like, if I was the actor, what would I say? If I had to be the writer who had to write for this actress, what would I have them say?
dialogue and her opinions and thoughts, since it's supposed to be her interval thoughts.
An apology to the actors is what I would do.
Yeah, Mr. Ed is not having it. I don't like this demonic shit.
If I felt like I could do the nay at the same time, I would make that joke, but I feel like that'd be a little bit too much. But at the same time, do you address how this nigga's doing a lot of back rubbing?
Yeah.
Like, my guy, I think you need to put your hands like a couple of inches to the south. You sure are rubbing up her lower abdomen.
Don't do it, nigga, don't do it!
Claudia, you don't even look like a girl.
It was very shitty. Stop rubbing her back.
We live in a post-Me Too world. You can't go any lower. The horses are like, come on, nigga, read the room, nigga.
We want you, nigga.
What? What the fuck is that?
No!
Oh god. Relax, Carl. Jesus. I feel loose.
I was, and I bit him, and now he.
Look.
Please save him. Turn him.
You drained him dry. Now go on, clean up after yourself.
Right, is this supposed to be seen as cruelty? Like he's giving it to a real, like you dumb bitch, you killed him. The fuck you want me to do? Go clean up and burn his ass.
Drinking his blood sweeter than cherry soda, I realized that I had drained my dear sweet Charlie, and the best way I'd remember him is by naming the condition of a muscle spasm after his death, and that's how we got the name China Horn. The only way the scene would have been funnier is if he had actually had a vampiric muscle spasm because she started sucking the shit out of him, and they started sucking his dick. He and I look the exact same, but he's on the fucking table convulsing and spasm.
I feel loose.
And then when he goes to pick up his hand, he just hits his dick, and he put it in his stomach and he goes,
Stop squirming and watch.
This is what Chipotle does to your body. I love how his afro is still kind of intact. You can't destroy that black power. Yep, it's still there. It's here.
And even then, as your skin fades into mush, that black will stay, and the soul will glow. Just play the slow down version of Soul Glow.
Like a demonic slow down Soul Glow. Just let your soul glow.
You already passed. You got us.
I don't want you.
You guys suck.
I don't want you.
I want Charlie. I don't think gay adoption should be legal.
I want this, not this. No.
Vivid, right, Rangy? A singular style.
The bag ass pants you got on, bro. Fucking parachute pants.
It's not you with the golf club fix. What, you got a midnight match with Tiger Woods?
Claudia was.
A very bad actress.
The also delicate balance of our also delicate household was shattered. The fantasy of happiness burst.
Every time you fucking speak, you sound like a bad novel.
You mean an Anne Rice novel?
Oh, fuck you. I haven't even read her shit. And I'm just like, fuck you. I'm talking about, like, the book this was based on.
Okay, fair.
She's crying or laughing. What the fuck?
Oh my god, there's so many facial expressions happening here. Oh good, I paused just long enough to capture all of them. So, we have ourselves catatonic, then worrisome, manic laughter, then whatever the fuck this is, weeping, but like one eye looks like she's gone cockeyed.
It's those fucking contacts.
Staring at the camera wall. Oh, I can hear the fucking shitty writing. Well, you'd be wrong, diary. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Fucking Christ.
I mean, this was some kind of insanity moment. Like in the movie, she was always going insane over the fact that she was getting older and her body stayed the exact same way. But see, they like to bring that shit up when it's convenient here. And it's not even that big of a fucking deal. They don't treat it like it is. So like, what the fuck she going insane over?
Well, CJ, she's going insane over the same thing that every woman goes crazy over. Dick.
Well, let me tell you something, you stuck-up, flower-covered, $3 fancy.
Why are you talking to the diary like it's a person? So cringe.
The last boy I killed. The last boy I'll ever love in this world.
You went on one fucking date, bitch.
One fucking date, woman. Literally one fucking date.
And he wasn't even sure if it was a date. Even he was like, I don't know if this is a date. You're kind of young and shit. I don't know.
Boy, too scared to touch your ass, and you just went ahead and sucked him dry instead of sucking his dick. You should have sucked his dick instead of sucking his blood. That's you. That's your fault. Oh, no, wait, don't tell me. I put my arm in the sun because I wanted to feel the hurt. Yes, just like all the other goth white women like you. Good job.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Every single one of those courses has some soft part of it lopped off.
Penis. Here's that time again, Jane. Time for our weekly gaslighting.
By Keith Olbermann.
Claudia and her diaries. There's so much.
Oh, I forgot. After every single one of these episodes, both on the digital and live premieres, the head director and writer for the writer's room gets on to the end of the episode to gaslight you about what you just fucking witnessed. It's the greatest stupidity ever seen.
Pros. He man's work and we wanted
Wait, they don't just come out and apologize for wasting your time?
No! Of course not!
Well, you didn't.
Why would they? They think you like this shit.
All these half-hour comedies have a great way of doing it. They have to use a fake documentary where they can turn the camera and tell you exactly how you're feeling.
For that, I say, like those horses.
That'd actually be more interesting. Though I wouldn't have to get the show better.
You'd have to stop calling the show except
Like, granted, and I'm tired and I'm going through some shit, but I feel physical pain watching this through you guys watching this, and it's not from you guys.
French bag.
She's a pretty dark killer. What would it be like to be trapped in the chemical stew of puberty for your entire existence? We are looking at the portrait of the trouble teen.
No! She's not a trouble teen. She is a vampire. There's no more hormones. There is no hormones.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to remember. I actually know exactly which one I want to show you. I'm going to show you after this one.
Vampire vipers. None. None whatsoever.
No, we got to show her the which one of you are going to fuck me scene.
Yes,
she needs to see and hear it.
niggas wanted to have your cake and suck it.
That shit.
Lord, you have no self.
It is so much worse than you think it is. It is so much worse than you think it is. But you need to see the context.
And you have the audacity to say we planned it that way. We wrote it like that. It's fucking crazy.
How is that worse?
So this, unfortunately,
Trust me, you'll see it.
within the confines of our
I think it's literally this one right after it.
your first date becomes your first homicide.
You chose for it to be your first homicide. What sexual awakening? No hormones. Are you just prepared to just keep lying to your audience and gaslighting them? Oh, we wrote it like this, but damn, isn't it crazy how she just killed him?
They wanted her to be a teenager so they could do more sexual shit, like the gay shit wasn't enough.
I told you that they would do it. But you see, that's worse, because wouldn't it be more disgusting and terrifying that she wanted to bite him and change him so that they could be together forever? And she's like, I'm gonna give you the best night of your human life. And he's like, human? Oh. And she's like, take me, Charlie. He's halfway fucking exhilarated and horrified. I fucking fry, and all the rest of them on the Snoo episode, just and us with the Charlie horse in his dick as he lay there half dying. He's like, I love him, change him, and he, our exceptional Negro, our exceptional Bennett, is telling her, I don't know, we can change him. Let's just cut his fucking neck. Like, oh no, we can't change him now, Mr. Donnie. He's dead. Because it's like, no, I'm not changing another human. I refuse to. Something actually interesting that would actually lead to her development to resentment and hatefulness. Because you can't make her resentful against the two of you for something she did. And then have her say, come on, you can save him when this nigga is bone dead dry. It would make more sense if he was like right on the cusp. And he just chose to procrastinate and wait so he died so he could say, oh, I can't do it, he's dead. And he would know that he specifically did it so that he would die, so that he didn't have to bother. And then saying she hates him, and then she goes to bury him, and he's like, no. And she's fighting with him the entire way. No. Just struggling to keep his body out of the fucking furnace. And they end up ripping him in half and her holding onto the lower end. Or you want to do it the other way around. He tears off his legs and throws them in, and she's sitting on the ground caressing his face, like, no, Charlie. Excuse me. No, Charlie, no, Charlie. He has to pull the fucking arms from her, and he says some shit like, I will tear him from you literally if I have to. He says, I'm throwing him in the fire, started up, and she's trying to sob and cry, and he picks her up by the fucking arms, wearing a fucking full Nelson, and makes her fucking watch like, this is what he's trying to kill you, little Bill. You need to learn. You need to be away from these disgusting humans. That would have been actually good. And then you could be able to say, okay, we're clearly going to take some dividends here. So like really start trying. But no, you go the cut route. It's like, oh, look at this sweet little dollop of sugar plums, loveliness and caramel, looking like a Werther's original. Look at his baby face. Look at his eyes. Look at his little cute lips. Look at his not so big but just big enough nose. Look at him. Isn't he adorable? Look at him. Don't you just welcome? It's disgusting me. It's disgusting me. It's pretty rough. And the worst part is because y'all niggas chose to go with fucking strawberry syrup. You got this shit dripping off her fucking lips. And it's very clear that it's not blood. Because blood does not drip like that. It's not that viscous. So I'm just distracted as shit because it's like, you got this bitch drinking cherry cola syrup.
It's probably the same cherry syrup from that ice cream.
She's about to act out like every teen gone wild and is going to start by harming herself.
Oh my god.
That was self-harm. Oh, God.
I told you. No.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hollywood, please, I'm begging you. Stop using suicide and self-harm occasions. Stop giving these niggas ideas. Oh my god. Oh shit. That is an episode.
That was trash. It was hot garbage.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's the second one. Hold on.
Okay.
Everybody loves Louie, isn't it?
When it comes back home. Shit, I was talking about. And also, everybody loves Louie.
Everybody.
That's the fucking suit. Like, this are not the problem.
Leave it alone.
The choice at all. The last century inside of.
How are you gonna fix it? Huh?
Okay, yes, it is this episode. Okay, we need to watch from the beginning.
This stupid rock gate is still design, and I hate you all for trying to use it. Yes, vampires, gold and wrought iron gates.
Man with green vest, please no. Window washer, I can't die like this. Woman with purple shoes, please.
Girl eating Halloween candy watching this. Get on with it.
Oh, here's a good one. Man in the last row of the Sunset Picture Show. You said you had cigarettes.
Listen to people's last words as my vampire lover sucks on my neck. It's so amusing.
As I sat there and sucked on the neck of my younger mirror, I had to ask, why is this nigga asking me all these dumbass questions? Doesn't he see I'm trying to enjoy my Asian Indian cuisine? I always love sucking on the duck sauce till it was my tongue.
It's a kill list.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of something more fucked up than this.
And how is your work any different?
He's not murdering people and then listing the amount of times in which he was told to go fuck himself as a journalist.
He's not a serial killer, you asshole. How is what you do any different as an author, a writer? I'm sure you've killed people for writing, right? What are we trying to say? What's the poetic theological discussion we're trying to have? I don't know.
You're a journalist, that means you're evil. The only way that this would get worse is if you guys were inside of a sex dungeon. And then they would be like, well, is this any worse than what you do? And it's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck in my ass.
What do you think will happen to Mr. Dulac when you publish this book? When the other vampires of the world get their hands on it, they will scale the sides of this building, force their way inside, and paint the walls with his blood.
You mean paint the walls with your blood in his body? Because he was stuck on your neck for a long time. Why aren't you dead? I distinctly remember the nice, lovely Russian getting such dry, at least stuck to the point that the nigga fainted. So he's been licking on your neck for a good long while. Do you just have that much blood?
He's Indian. The curry protects him from blood loss. I don't know.
Jay, that's racist.
Rashid is an opinionated young man. He lives to share these opinions even when they're not solicited.
Or correct.
What's he taste like? I didn't ask that. You were thinking it.
Carl, he reads minds, don't you know? Okay, fine, fair. Why would you then insert this dialogue into the scene? And why would he be thinking that? Was he thinking that actually, and it was more like he thought what we thought, which is why are you sucking on his neck so long? Is he more delicious than the others?
I think the thought would have been like he must taste good if you've been sucking on it for this long. Not, what does it taste like? That's just weird.
They got it by head. Honey and pineapple. He stuffs himself with both for days before he offers himself to me.
Okay, that is very gay. Oh my god.
We all know what pineapple does.
What you want to do next? Drink 7 days worth of grapefruit?
Eat, pray, swim, pray, etc. On days he's a plump 139. I believe he swims twice. Metronomic, my Rashid.
My Rashid.
Metronomic, my Rashid.
You're gonna make me choke on this Reese's Pieces.
Don't do that. It's private.
Dear diary, am I gonna be a virgin every single time I do it? Won't my skin down there grow back like my hair does when I cut it?
Jesus.
Nigga, I told you don't do it. It was private.
Her hymen growing activities. That's fun.
Yeah, I already knew that. Thanks, white liberals trying to gaslight us. That was so nice.
Half the parade crew, the incinerator will be overflowed. It's not blow out the moon. Bird of ice.
Okay, so I have simple questions. Back up. Why are you dressed like you are a mid-20-something woman? Because this is the outfit of a normal, everyday, out-and-about woman. You're supposed to be matured, young 14, permanently. Why are you dressing your actress like she's 25? This doesn't help me. Doesn't help me at all. And more important, every time it's funny, I'm done. Every time that you two then stood there and came up with a plan, you're like, all right, Louis, what do you want to do with her? Well, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait for her to come back in tonight. Okay, Louis, I have a plan. I'm going to get inside of the coffin. We're going to wait for her to come in. I'm going to walk in behind her. You're going to block her out. And we're going to be on top of this. We're going to be together, Louis. Really? Is that what your plan was? You're going to wait there all night?
I'm going to pop out of the box like an asshole boofta. It's a surprise, girl.
Random, okay? No one's ever gonna find them except maybe criminals burying bodies of their own.
And that makes it better because?
Besides, criminals can probably try to get lesser charges if they tell the cops about bodies that they found, and they can trace other criminals, bigger criminals, but whatever. We don't think about these things.
Why would criminals care?
Oh, that reminds me.
No.
Since I'm an ex-Fed, hold on, gotta pause. So since I'm an ex-Fed, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows that you work as a mortician. I'm not gonna say where. How have you had? You can't say anything legally in terms of if you have in detail, but have you had a gangland execution yet?
A gang? Are you talking about like a murder that was involved in a gang?
Yes.
A gang?
Yes.
Oh god, yeah, that happens all the time. And I'm not a mortician, by the way. I'm a toxicologist.
Oh.
But,
I just knew that you work in the morning.
I do, but people like I've corrected that like 40 times, and people either like think I'm a medical examiner, a coroner, and I'm like, no, I'm a toxicologist. I am just tired of correcting it because I've corrected it so many times. But
did you start giving up and just telling them no? I'm like Abby from NCIS.
I have tried everything. I have even given examples. I have said this is what I do all day. I do not do the autopsies, and people still think I'm a medical examiner. And I'm sitting here going, oh my god. But to your question, yes, we see gang crime frequently.
You're not Ducky. You're Abby.
That's what I just said. But yeah, this particular episode, when they talked about, we're just gonna start having this character bury bodies all over the South. If they had a suspicion that there was a African American, undead or not, actively butchering white men of society, there would have been a societal manhunt from the Klan. And one of the things they actually said in earlier episodes was alluding that a character who gets killed by Louis, who is responsible for this version of Claudia getting into the situation she was in to be turned, was racially connected to the Ku Klux Klan. He butchers a white man, and they use that as an excuse to burn down this fictional version of the historic Storyville district that's literally 3 streets over from the far end of Bourbon Street in Louisiana. That's in the finale. You're gonna enjoy the autistic explanation of Louisiana. But in your opinion, if you see people talk about things like that in a show, and it's like, oh, we're just gonna have this person randomly start dumping bodies in an area, and who's gonna find out about it? I haven't cringed harder than this, because I actually had to historically read up on the kind of ritualistic and habitual dumping patterns of recent gangs within the last 15 years of my life, as like a thing to do as a asset to the government, because my security clearance hasn't lapsed yet, or I haven't had to renew it yet as an expert of my field. But I physically cringed, and there were people in Jay's comment section that were like, wait, we didn't know that Carl was an ex-Fed that actively worked on things like this. And it's like, yeah, when you want to bury a body, you don't just bury it 6 feet. You gotta get a big ladder that's at least 10 foot long, and you need to dig like 12 feet down and get a carcass and put that like right at the median line at maybe like 8 feet down, 6 feet down.
You have to bury it down. You have to bury it down deep, otherwise animals are gonna find that shit. Like,
yeah.
6 feet is not enough. Things will find it. I've always told people the best way to dispose of a body is to go in the middle of some Louisiana abandoned swampland where you know that there's alligators, and then just dump it there. And it has to be in the summer. It can't be in the winter. Those motherfuckers have to be actively eating.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because their stomach acids can dissolve bone.
Yeah,
But like,
I was
it
going to
has
tell
to
people
have
that
the
too.
I always tell people if they're gonna do some really fucked up shit and they don't ever want anybody to find out and they happen to live somewhere nearby where it's not so much tradition to be a sundown town, but it's more like if a city slicker comes out here and they don't show respect to the people, if somebody were to just be like, oh, I'm gonna go out in the woods, and they start hearing screaming at night, there's just gonna be an Appalachian boy sitting in front of his house playing the banjo who just starts playing the dueling song. If you really needed to bury a body or get rid of a corpse, you need to find a person who raises pigs. Tell them to starve their pigs for like maybe 3 days to a week. Then you have to chop them up into pieces, and you have to feed it to them. You're going to need about maybe 15 pigs to get rid of an entire corpse's body, because they're going to be able to chew through, what is it, about 2 pounds per pig in about 10-minute window. Average 200-pound male. They'll get rid of a body in about like maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, give or take. My math might be a little bit off on that, but it's about.
I would still say alligators are your best bet, especially if you live in the South.
Yeah, if you have the ability to get alligators, that would be the thing. But if it's like if you know a guy who knows a guy and they're willing to be an accomplice to hiding evidence, this would be the way to do it. But that's more like the sweet old grandma who happens to know a man who she gets her best ham hocks from. Either one works.
The only other animals I think that would be capable of destroying that and digesting bone would be hyenas, which if you're in the continental US, you should not have access to that under normal circumstances. So like, yeah.
Alright, let's finish watching this.
You got your shovel, you got your ladder, whatever. You gotta dig 12 feet down. 6 feet for the first body, then you bury up, then you put a carcass on top of that, then you put the rest of the dirt down. When you are going to bury a body, would you continue to bury that body in the place where you just found a dead body? And the reason why you don't is because if there's a dead body there, it means somebody was recently there. And now you gotta account for other things like state of decomposure, the actual form of the flesh. Is it maggoted? Is it already rotting and melting off the skin as it liquefies and putrefies with the fat? Is it wearing clothes? Was the body stripped naked and dumped? Or was it actually properly embalmed and cared for and then dumped? These things then tell you about the sophistication of what was done. Was it a crime of passion? Was it a mob hit? Was it a victim of circumstance that just was left where they died? Is it likely that you just stumbled upon the very clear kill site and dump nest of a recent murderer? What if you still in the area? What if you just saw you dig up the corpse and he doesn't know whether or not you will tell somebody about what you found or not? There are so many people who are going to be endangered. There's no way that a person wouldn't be investigating this during the 1920s.
She wasn't screaming long enough for that to happen.
Why did they zoom in like that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be one of those horror movie zooms. Yeah, Sam Raimi ruined everything.
Also, why is her hair all good like that? She just went hunting.
Cause TV show. Damn, it's like this bitch just left bodies everywhere. What the this idiot?
What the fuck? You're a sloppy fucking killer. Because I have to imagine, is this a green screen ground or is this water? Because if it's water, okay, the buoyancy of these two bodies here on the bottom left and at the bottom of the screen, okay, that makes sense. They're partially submerged. The water level was fucked with by the storm that revealed these bodies. But the problem is, this person and this person are lying in the ground in such a position that does not make sense for a body of water. They're not bobbing. You're not seeing them go under and above the surface. So it's like they're laying on a flat surface, which makes me think, are they laying on a CGI ground and they just composited them in different positions, like in front of like a green screen and then behind a glass mirror that they partially filled with water, so they can get this effect? And then there's the logistics. During none of this time, did you never listen or learn from them how to be able to hide bodies? For once? You're retarded.
Yeah, I think it's just dumb to make things in the plot happen. Television 101.
A recent unpleasantness in the night ward. The floaters.
The floaters. That's like I said, it was water and they were floating. Well, that's
Shay effect.
They were just still like they were just halfway in the ground or something.
Exactly.
Your daughter let us in.
I was in the middle of cleaning when they knocked.
That's not a word.
I was too busy playing when they knocked. That sounds vaguely southern and old-timey, doesn't it?
You can't see it, but I'm getting violently angry.
What the fuck is her problem?
What the fuck are you doing?
Acting. I'm quirky killer girl.
You fucking stumble up and do first 2 steps of the Charleston, then you fucking catch yourself before you fall down, and you commit to the bit of, hey, I'm drunk. I'm so drunk and I'm knocking my way up the steps. Oops, I knocked my head.
This show is funny for the wrong reasons.
All the wrong reasons. All the right comedic timing.
You often leave your daughter alone with access to illegal spirits?
How the fuck are you drunk and why are you using these body parts?
In the film, Claudia like preserved this chick that she wanted to look like because of course like she's trapped in a child body, which she kept her like preserved like a doll in her room. I guess they consider her collecting a left titty as the equivalent of her preserving a body, but no, it doesn't. It's not even close to how good it was in the film.
We go from a mortal child longing to be fucked to a totally not adult teenage girl deciding to now take up the traits of a serial killer.
I still have a titty. I guess you could say not good. I took a not good.
No.
Oh my god, and you can hide it better. You know, we have to watch the original film one of these days just so you can get a sense of how much better that was than this bullshit. Like, what the hell is this? And your father should have smelled that. I mean, technically, they should have smelled it in the movie too, but in this especially because they really put an emphasis on their power, so they should have known that was there. Or is he not dead?
The only thing that would make sense is that he's not dead. But then I am bigger to ask the question. Well, actually, the flies would still be there because he's dying, and flies just feed on necrotizing corpse to begin with. But then, how did you have a whole ass man with a whole ass train of thought, a whole human being that somehow isn't able to be heard and have his mind read in the vicinity of their home with 2 learned vampires to read their mind collectively together as they're in your bedroom?
Because
you bring that guy to your room. When did he get there? When did you have time to place him there?
Yeah, you really don't have the strength to, even as a vampire, like to lift up a whole fucking man up to your room, like up a window. I assume you climbed or something. Because how did you get past your father's at the front door?
Logistics are breaking down.
But I don't like what I've seen in this home.
Then we'll make sure Police Chief Bardine is informed how his men conducted themselves in the home of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens.
No, I'd have a second bed to the boudoir before you two go making accusations. I've no doubt you can carry the fines, but crimes against nature, that comes with a 5-year prison term if convicted.
Now, I know I busted into the room of your daughter, but you 2 fags should really get that color.
I guess I broke into your daughter's room as she was getting dressed and getting knackered, but you 2 have been knackered the boots, sticking your penises in your poopa shoes. You know, just sickens me to think about it.
You wanted her. You fixed her. Do you remember our life? How happy you
Oh, here it comes. Prepare your fucking loins.
were before her?
We were so happy before we had children. Oh god, stop it. This is shit.
Who am I supposed to love? Who's my Lestat?
Charlie, before you drink all his sugar, sweet syrup, and blood.
That's your problem,
Drink. You shouldn't have licked and poked when you should have just been sucking and fucking. That's normal.
What human would want me?
Charlie did before you killed him. Move along. I don't have time for this shit. We're trying to find this real shit. Stop it.
Perverts? Like the uncle at the rooming house who used to watch them pee?
That's y'all just couldn't word that differently. You just couldn't make it less funny. There's a guy who used to watch me pee. It made me so nothing.
Are you about to say here something that during this speech none of them sit there and start taking notes saying, a man wants to do what?
Or a little boy.
Yeah, just like all the other black women in the black community.
What?
Black women like to get with younger black men instead of older black men. Because they have their experience.
But she's talking about little boys, like 14
Yeah, I know what you mean.
For example,
Also her acting sucks in this scene.
That is dog shit.
Yeah.
In 40 years from now. Still little boy? How are you gonna fix it, huh? Which one of you gonna fuck me?
Whoa.
What
is he doing?
Okay, little orphan Annie.
You want to use that joke and I
Not everybody is on Twitter. I still think that's a banger.
Our original reaction from that fucking reveal of the episode was a lot louder than that.
What's this shit? Like, even in her, like, the context of the outburst, that does not make any sense. What I don't know. Where did that come from?
I don't want to spoil the joke that's about to come out of Lestat's mouth.
Which one of you gonna fuck me?
God almighty.
Shush! She needs to hear it.
Twitter. I still think that's a banger, so.
Which one of you gonna fuck me?
You're not my type. I like a full of
Lestat is literally the best character in the show.
That is gold.
You know, they aged her up. There's a lot of like sexual overtones.
No wonder they kill them all.
Tones. Exactly. Tones. But like in the original stuff, shit was merely implied. Like we knew what the deal was. There were implications, flowery dialogue. They're flat out having this girl yell, "What you gonna fuck me?" What are you doing? What are you doing, Shelby? What are you doing?
And the part that makes it worse is that if you try to make this a multi-series thing,
I want to know when the writer's room was like, let's write that line. You know what? This is a good Oscar-winning line. Which one of you are gonna fuck me?
White women, leading gay writer.
God damn it.
At least in terms of like, she's a recurring character. She has to die by season fucking 1 because we can't keep going through her memories. Technically, at this point, he's telling the story, giving the fuller details. But if you're going to do this shit with her diaries, you should have led up to a point in which the story would then deviate from what the movie does. Because then you could say, "Here's the secret accounts I didn't tell your ass back then. I was hiding. Now I'll give you the full truth." And you can have like her disappear and she doesn't actually die. She goes off and she lives her own adventures in life. Do a spin off your moral series because you niggas know it's what you were trying to do.
I mean, already first episode they set up this other show they're releasing, the Mayfair Witches, the one you were telling me about, creepy white girl. They set that up in the first episode and we didn't notice it at first.
I didn't realize that was the thing they were doing, and then I went back and I'm like, wait a minute.
No,
until the last episode to try to tease your next series.
Because I don't buy for a second that they have planned out every intertwining plot line or how characters are going to show up here and there. Like it's like with Phase 4 of Marvel, like they were just pissing in the wind.
Make me one, because if you don't, I'm gonna go out there and find other vampires.
They would shred you to strips because you were built like a bird. Because you are a mistake.
He treats us like shit and you take it. Why is that? And you cruel as the devil ever made to give me one love when you got two.
You lying? He loves you, bitch. He just said your ass is built like a fucking bird.
Lestat literally called her a chicken head. He called her a pigeon.
Y'all come around and do some fucking dialogue like, listen here, you little chicken, don't make me talk to you like a chocolate beignet. Check out all the juicy bits.
I'm tired of us that housewife. Mistake.
Called you a housewife, damn. Oh, you
Is she wrong?
You need to get your edge back, nigga.
Better start doing some squats, boy.
You need to take a palm oil out of your hair and comb that part out.
Better get that pussy on tight.
Top up, nigga.
Cheeks up, boy.
I remember the night I was made, the fire choking me, you carried me out through the flame and the smoke. But then why'd you take me home? Why not a hospital?
Why did you take me home and save my life by making me a vampire? Trust me to your unworldly pain.
I'd be sweeping floors, making dinners, nursing babies. Maybe I'll go to church. You think I'll know so?
I'm pretty sure you already did. While rearing your dumbass. And worst off, more than likely, considering your age, your disposition, the fact you came from a particular very poor part of your town, it's more likely that you would have been raped by an alderman. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Okay, Carl, don't talk about shit you actually know from living there. That's evil. You don't want evil shit. We want drama. Y'all didn't think about that shit, did you? We already fucked with the story, but let's not fuck with it too much.
Not too much where it makes sense.
I hate y'all niggas. I hate y'all niggas so much. I want y'all liberal lives to know that I hate you with burning passion and I want to go to sleep at night with the thought of my hands wrapping around your neck and choking
Alright,
like
slow down, dude. You might catch a case. You'll get my channel fucked up, nigga.
in Minecraft. In Roblox. In Barbie's Tropical Island Adventure.
I also think she makes you and Frenchie look like a couple of whiny existential queens.
That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! This man would be good at SinglePlayerCarl and Jingle.
I won't have her exploited. Won't matter what your intentions are. There's a world out there now. She's the single shooter Xbox mouth breather shit they crave.
You can put the diaries in a proper context.
Once you put it out there, they decide what it is.
This is a very interesting narrative that you're saying, the idea of what the modern populace does, but I do have to ask you, dumbass white hair writer cast at the beginning of the episode, when you get to this particular section of the recap and you start lying to me, I'm gonna need you to argue with every other fucking person who claims that that's not what your intention is. Because I know your dumbass wrote that because it sounds like you. If the audience is the ones who decide it, why do you recap every single episode instead of allowing the audience to decide the interpretation of what they're seeing and they're hearing? Why do you keep giving us real additional in-world context to our most favorite scene so far? I'm sorry. I hate you all.
Assume we're under suspicion. I see my finances no longer provide us protection.
Yeah, because y'all be in the middle of the fucking city murdering people without any careful planning. I don't know how y'all haven't been tarred and feathered and staked yet.
It's like if I had to be the police chief and I had to come up with a conversation, I definitely would be sitting around the table with all these fucking aldermen and this apparent fucking man who somehow landed himself to run for the House of Representatives, which, okay, weird how y'all niggas are just gonna let that guy live. Didn't he fuck you too? Was he a part of the plan to explicitly fuck you? But you ain't kill him either? Really? Just the one that guy. One plan with connections. I'm pretty sure sitting around the table from all the aldermen and the police chief when they say, what are we gonna do about those two faggots that live in the Main Street house? Oh, we gonna let them live? Oh, I'm pretty sure they're murdering and murdering people. They need too much good money. But they're gay. What about the faggot money? They're gay. We gotta do something about it.
Yeah, so stupid. Yeah, the one black one's gay. Then we don't really like any of that shit. One of them used to pimp white women while being black and possibly kidnapped a child that they suddenly have. But this eccentricity is lovely. And possibly big time murders. Like, it's fine. Whatever.
There will be no Roaring Twenties for us. We will be underground for 7 years.
Oh, how convenient for you to just pass the Roaring Twenties. That's very wild. The most interesting part of America that it would be best for you to be able to use the setting for. Not gonna focus on Claudia. Not gonna focus on the two lovebirds. Nah, there was nothing for us. We skipped past them bitches. We didn't have anything of interest we wanted to try and do with this time period and era. We're not inventive writers, you see. We just want to stick to the parts that you know you came here for. The racism revenge, and the black jokes. Lots and lots and lots of black jokes.
I longed for Claudia. I ached for her.
Okay, you need to be careful with words here because you're making him sound like he is a star-crossed lover.
Or a 14-year-old.
Undead, corpse-like, 14-year-old coochie. Disgusting.
My mama works here. She cleans classrooms. I read while she's cleaning.
You can read.
What did I tell you? Racism, revenge, black jokes.
You hungry?
Are you telling me she wouldn't have figured the fuck out when you injected your voice in her head?
That's dumb.
Yeah, let me go ahead and just grow a random canine fang right on my lip in front of this human and expose myself. He's not paying attention. He's hopped up on all that racism.
Ready to who I am.
This is a random raccoon just chilling in their house.
There's a very obvious coon joke here.
He's just sitting around chilling. It's funny.
Should I do like you instead?
Can you do like a normal black man and do something about your nappy ass hair?
I took an unsavory delight in provoking Lestat.
Yes, because you're a bitch.
But it was a cheap satisfaction.
Yes, because you're a bitch.
What was he like, your maker?
Strange. European.
Oh no, he was a I couldn't resist. There's a thing happening right now with the prosthetics on their eyes for the contacts where the light from the fire in the scene is intermixing with it. It's not a bad effect. It's actually pretty good and decent and making them look a little bit more demonic but a little bit more angelic. But it's distracted by this fucking dialogue. I want to say that they did this intentionally. If they didn't, let's just say it was a happy little accident. Just like this bitch.
How old are you, Claudia?
This is getting a little bit rapey. Stop making me feel bad for this character.
I don't think it's a fact.
There are 4 pages torn out.
I'll repeat myself. I will not exploit her.
I mean, you're already telling him about her, though. You're already telling him about her, so, you know, he's going to assume you want that in the book he's going to write, I guess. Plus, you want people to sympathize with her. Like, why? So they really have to know what happened.
This lampshade hanging here is annoying because you're trying to imply, oh, he raped her. Okay. Here's the thing, though. I don't need to see nor hear that, but you should be having fun with the retelling of this because now you two now have to debate over this. And you know what would be really funny? Watching that actor and that actress have to act out the version of events that you play, where either one, she struggles to get away from the rapist and then later recollects herself and then eventually returns back to talking to you because I couldn't make out there in the world, daddy. I ended up coming across another vampire and he tried to put his penis in me. Which, that's just funny. It's funny because I don't like the character and it's funny because I know that's exactly how that actress would say penis. But more importantly, if you decide to go with the version of, I was abused and used by a vampire, and I would have thought that sex would have been uncomfortable to begin with, but Lowry, did he really knock out my boots? There's 3 versions of that. She hates it, she loves it, or she gets away from it and wonders, what if I had stayed? None of these versions really work, but y'all little motherfuckers that decided to write the scene. Play your cards, boy.
And she wrote about it, and I'd like...
Also, why are you scratching a fucking hole in your table?
It shows that he's aggravated.
So fucking put a hole in something else.
Put a hole in an Indian's ass.
Torn out pages.
What? What the fuck is he doing?
Don't ask again.
But what is he doing?
The interview, if you are...
It was like, all right, reset, take 23. I mean, I need a little bit more arm flap from you. I don't need you to do a little bit of hand man. I need a little bit more Fred Astaire, a little less Fran Drescher, and make sure you really get the pounding right, okay? I need them to think the hands possess, not that you're trying to sass them out. Maybe you just grab a rat from underneath the goose pimping a nasty ass house.
No, he's eating in bed and he's very messy about it. He's so relatable.
A whole side of his hair is just flat, and the other side is looking like an unshapen afro. Why do you have him posing like he's wearing a nightgown?
Because he's gay, Carl!
Sometimes when you decide you want to go for gay visual innuendo, just don't. Because all I can imagine now is like,
I don't need that either way. Whoever you are that took my away.
It's me, Grace.
It's me, Grace. The homosexuality, it won't work with me for long. You gotta save me from the butt monster.
The butt monster?
So you made a gravestone for him. Okay. Florence is your mother. Here's your brother. Where's your other brother?
Other brother? Wait, what? Oh, you mean, autistic?
Yes, the nigga who jumped off the roof and said, I believe I can fly.
This is how it has to be. For me. For my family.
Oh, how nice of you. Don't let him decide. The humans will do it for him. So now we don't have to care. We can get back to them. I see you niggas. I see you niggas. Yeah. See, this is why I told you about Breaking Dawn shit. Y'all niggas don't know how to write around human characters. Since y'all niggas did not write good dialogue, let me just go ahead and insert some for you.
Bitch. Basically.
Sitting in my home reading books in the dark because I'm sad as hell. I came home. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You can just assume they're doing it telepathically. Work along with me, audience. I'm so sorry. I assaulted you.
You're not gonna do this the whole fucking scene. Shut up.
No, I'm not.
Just let it play out.
Look out. The bitch is back.
How was college? Magna cum, summa cum, Phi Kappa.
I'm surprised that he didn't make a cum joke, so I will. Not do some sigma cum, faded by Kappa, fuck a lot of guys.
Yeah, even that joke is too highbrow for the show.
Come with me. Come with me, Louis.
You don't even have to change anything. Just change visuals. We can have so much fun with that line.
Don't stay in it.
1,000 nights of sulking and the first sight of her, you're just gonna overleave me!
Please come with me. Let me stand back. What do you love?
So So you have her dressed like she's a fucking teenager, acting in like what, a fucking offshoot of the Hunger Games.
She dresses like a kid from the 90s.
Exactly. I'm niggas just gave up with all this fucking dressing and shit and said, all right, let's put the bitch some goddamn overalls. We lost ideas. Let's put the bitch in some fucking work boots. Call it a day, goddammit.
1,000 nights of solitude that she walks in here looking like Father John. You were going to leave me.
And then this fucking physical acting, my god.
Please come with me, let's be vampires worthy of your love.
Let's be vampires worthy of your love as I focus in on my face dramatically and my giant elephant nostrils.
And my overly painted eyebrows. Jesus. She's got chola eyebrows, but thick.
Then you niggas have such lazy fucking fight choreography. Let's just have him randomly throw him up against the wall and then just use the screen and AD camera transition to cover up how bad it is.
And we'll use a whoosh sound effect every time they zip across the room.
Where
did you, wait, what was that? What'd you throw him through?
It's just when he goes flying, a bunch of gamers follow him.
We gotta make, there's like stuff is happening. Stuff!
This is the real reason why they chose to make the house mess. It's because they didn't want to do extra work to have to try and do animation with fight choreography. Yeah. Maybe he's throwing himself around and they decided, you know what, we're too lazy to hire proper stunt coordinators. We're just gonna put a bunch of newspaper in the fucking scene and just go ahead and watch yourself to it. You'll be fine. Gotta tear the bitch down anyways and repurpose it for the show, so get in that voice. Are we gonna have music? Of course! Blaring loud dramatic music! How else can we end the scene? Won't they get on the nerve of the audience watching? No, they don't know what real filmmaking is.
It's romance, Carl. You know what romance is. This is romantic being beaten the fuck out of your French boofed husband.
But see, vampire and homosexual relationships are a lot like lesbian relationships. You just get the more bigger, muscular, stronger one of them makes you fall into submission. I get it!
I didn't repair all this shit. Like, what?
Did you act fucking right? Oh my god. Let's have them move up the stairs, and now we randomly have shit start breaking around the house, and you just stand there, scream, react. What crap, money girl?
Stay back, Chloe. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you get your ass beat. It's not okay. You got holes in the fucking ceiling, nigga.
I've hurt myself a million times. I never want to harm you.
Yeah, I could have harmed you, but I didn't. Like, it's some psychopath shit.
See, you guys had a really good thing happen here in this scene, and then you ruined it by having him turn up and look the light. But you've got a nice visual. You got Lestat dragging him outside. His eyes are slightly hidden in the darkness as natural light falls over his eyebrows. Makes him look very gaunt. And then you pan down and like, oh my god, he's got 2 in the pink and 1 in the trachea.
2 in the pink and 1 in the trach.
Drag him down the street, put him into the fucking light.
Somebody in the comment section actually refined our joke and made it 2 in the pink, 1 in the speak.
Oh god. That's
I'm upset. I didn't think of that myself.
Or whatever, I don't know what's happening. But this is a nice visual. He's incapable of reacting because he can't move his chin. He's dragging by his arm, blood on the ground, trying to get a handhold on something. And then you dumbasses make this nigga pick his head up. For lighting, has his eyes pure black. Technically, you can see a little bit blue here. But then you have to turn around and then lift his head up.
Yeah, they're not good at visual storytelling. I guess this is when you're supposed to see the real, like, I mean, we already know Lestat's a piece of shit, but this is when you see, like, the real monster. We're supposed to be feeling, oh, this shit's going down, and then, like, you ruin it because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
You could have just, like, taken the time to at least, like, get the shitty fucking Buffy black eye contacts. Just let him have pure black eyes here, and then when he turns out and then when you see the black, it's like, oh, yes, this shit can do it. This is the whole thing I came to see.
Let him go. He didn't do nothing. Let him
He didn't do nothing. And that's the point. He didn't suck my cock. He didn't fuck my ass. He didn't stop me from going and fucking another woman. He doesn't care. Also, do you guys understand the very fucked up overtones of having a minority man being beaten to shit by a homosexual white? I'm not saying it's giving Jeffrey Dahmer, but what I am saying is...
You got it in my head now, it's not going anywhere. Damn. Wait. Then he walks down the street.
I love when they do that accidentally.
And the cop comes around and says,
like,
hey, what?
The Little Mermaid.
I'm praying that they do.
They have a white woman stealing a black woman's voice as a plot point, and like, there's no way they can change that. That's literally the plot trade. That's in the like the actual plot, and I don't think they considered that when they made their casting choices.
Disney's just doing the best thing they possibly could do for racial divisions and making it clear that the races need to be separate. Because if you ever become a black mermaid, white women are just going to steal everything of yours. First your hairstyle, then your culture, then your actual voice.
And then it's the same thing with Last of Us, where they made the daughter black, and therefore the first character to die in the show that's a main character is the black girl.
Sometimes diversity and inclusion requires retardation.
It's just like second-wave feminism. The white women go steal the black woman's soul. I mean, voice.
The only thing that they're missing now is when the white women decided to start bombing everything to get their way.
Patriarchy.
Walks away like, oh, those silly queers.
There's no way you just did not do that on purpose. How did y'all make this even gayer than it was the first time? How did y'all do that? Look, I can't even imagine how she would write this in the journal. And then I saw Uncle Les lift Daddy Lou into the air, and they flew off. They took off like that mother catching up.
They do it in the middle of the fucking street, by the way. The middle of New Orleans streets.
And then they took off in the air like that early contraption I later on in the 60s called a rocket. I couldn't believe it. They just kept going higher and higher and higher. I couldn't even see him no more. And I kept calling out to Daddy Lou, and he couldn't hear me. Also, why are you limping? He strangled your neck, not your leg.
He kind of knocked her down once when he was in the middle of punching Louis. She got on his back.
I guess it would make more sense to be like, oh, her leg never fully healed when she got in that encounter with Bruce. And more importantly, willing to tell him about how you got your ass beat in a fight with your maker, but you don't want at least to be able to tell him about, yes, she was abused. Yes, it happened for a while. Yes, I'm upset about it. But don't ask me anymore, or else I'll make you masturbate with your bad hand.
I have waited.
That's a pretty nice shot.
Call me.
Anything for you.
There's no way he would fall in the same spot. I hope he's not going to fall in the same spot, is he? Please. Oh, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Why did you just fall in the same spot?
But Jay, now you didn't fall in the same spot, but you're still in there. I can't even finish this line. I know, it's dumb. But remember, these niggas think this is emotional. See, if it was me, I would have made his legs fall in the angle of a swastika.
It's way too weird because I was thinking, like, yeah, if you were positioned a certain way, this would not be, this would be okay. This would be kosher for television.
There's only two ways you can go with this. Either he becomes a pile of body parts with an impact on the ground, he splats into a pile of blood and just is now like an empty sack with barely any fucking bones and fluids, or his legs break in very few particular ways. And there's only really one way you can go. It's the Family Guy position, which means his legs turn over his back on his side and then leg bit backwards, or you just decide to do some really funny visual gags here, because that's very clearly fucking CGI. Everything from the head and the torso down, that's real. The actor is like laying under a body puppet. But everything else from the neck down, from like the shoulder blades, that's clearly a fucking mannequin or CGI.
He looks all floopy. Like,
you're on this way, you're happy.
What a fucking way to end an episode. My God. Alright, it's time for our favorite part of the show, everybody. The fucking gay-ass bullshit. It's time for the gaslighting.
She is poisoning Louis against me.
Is she? Is she really, though?
Does that work in the situation? Like, it works in the movie, the first movie. It doesn't work now. It doesn't work now.
We're his slaves, and I shall free us both.
Oh God.
No, that wording.
Oh, this fucking angle. Stop it with the racism angles. No, Louis, you can't be able to free yourself. I have to do it for us. So we can be free. It'll cost my life, and then you'll be sad that I'm dead. But I'll free us both. Alright, here comes the gaslighting.
What you saw wasn't what you just saw. It's what I think you saw.
You lost your goddamn mind. And a teen that's becoming a 25-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 35-year-old in a teen's body. And she asks a very profound question.
Who am I supposed to love?
How are you gonna fix it, huh?
Oh, you bitches caught that too! Oh, you knew what you were doing, you fucking evil people!
I'm gonna edit that once I edit this part.
And she asks a very profound question.
Which one are you gonna fuck me? Huh?
Do not make children vampires.
She's not a child, she's a teenager. You can't go back and forth between saying she's a child and a teenager.
You think I'm not so?
Why was I the thing to make up for your mistakes?
Technically, she wouldn't be making up his mistakes. He would be using it as a replacement to distract him from the human problems that you just decided to finish writing out of this plotline in the story. You can't say she's there for mistakes when that then implies saving her is a mistake. Letting her live with you was a mistake. Turning her in the first place was a mistake. Choosing to even have the ability to have money and prestige, mistake. The fact you wanted to continue doing the pimping he was already doing when he was still a man, a mistake. There's no way you could have a story of these men being wealthy in this part of the country, in that part of the town, in that particular district, with those kinds of characters and mentalities that you wrote in your story that are essentially inside of the business district of the corner, and you act as though that would be normal for him to not do. There's no way he would not be slanging Gucci and dealing cards. There's no way that if he did not slang Gucci and deal cards, he wouldn't come into the hands of one Leon Court. And there's no way without the card slanging and the pussy grabbing that he would then have some ass grabbing with Mr. Leon Court. Everything has to play into everything else, because it can't be coincidence, otherwise known as what needs to happen for the story to go forward. Either she's a mistake, or he just made some fucked up choices, or didn't make a choice at all. One of these is the correct answer. That he made some poor choices and didn't make a choice at all, but not with this character. But no, teenage drama.
Claudia goes out to discover a world that LaSalle warned her about. There must be somebody other than Louis Lestat out there. This is where we start building the Anne Rice universe.
No, leave it alone.
This is where we started building the Anne Rice universe. We need to flesh out the story by getting some implied vampire rape.
You can't flesh out a story without rape.
It's a horrible thing that happens to Claudia, but it has toughened her up, and she ultimately comes back home.
Yes, she ultimately comes back home after getting her booty blasted. I too believe that vaginal, oral, and anal rape would toughen me up, and not then make me even more of a shamble. As now that I've been violated by some undead dick, I now have to ask myself, did I really want sex? What was all that shit I was talking about? Because now my body aches in a way that will never properly heal.
Yeah, they knew that shit didn't make sense, so they were like, fuck it, rape her. Now we have to rape some stupid movie subplot that didn't make goddamn sense anyway.
The only way that you can go forward without making it shit is that you now have to make her a mature woman in the sense of her mind, because her emotions are not the problem. You're dead. What chemicals are shooting through your body other than the undead kind? We had to rape the to toughen her up. All right, that's your L. You're holding on to it. It's yours now. Nobody can take that L from you.
We're going to cross the ocean and take on a society of monsters.
It is about the fight of Louis.
Wait. Oh my God.
The way that you dramatically try to make the musical thing stop on the book clump, you know what the fuck you're doing there. Like, this actress is basically nodding her head saying, yeah, I knew he wasn't gonna go for that shit. And you're like, it's about the fight for Louis' soul, which is found directly in his butthole, and also neck bone. He's trying to fight the homosexuality and leave with the woman, but the man is keeping him in the house. The man is abusing him, feminizing him, putting him in the girl suit. I totally believe that. I really do. It's the same kind of shit that y'all motherfuckers wrote about fucking Top Gun.
I mean, in the end, it's Everybody Loves Louis, isn't it?
What the fuck? It's Everybody Loves Louis.
Everybody loves Louis.
You don't need like some French horns and some shit, maybe some upbeat, but then that's just the fucking new song for the opening. Like, just get a fucking Armstrong sound of character, like, hey, last time when Everybody Loves Louis. If I can play on a fucking trombone. Why are we making this show funnier than it actually is?
You know why. We need to, otherwise we go insane watching this horse shit.
You go insane from the horse shit. I go insane while I watch these niggas wear my fucking culture as a skin suit.
It was never you. He tells Louis that he loves him, and Louis never says it back to him.
He tells him that he loves him.
I have patiently waited for you to love me as I love you. Just say it. Say at the start, I am never going to love you. You would help me a great deal.
Let me gay bash you, goddammit. I want to kill you so bad, you fucking nappy-headed nincompoop. Let me bash your skull in. Please, I just want to break into your eye socket and rip out your fucking cornea. Just say you hate me. Make it easy for me. Make it easy for me so I can cry and come tears of blood. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna work this time. I think the gaslighting's not gonna work for episode 5, bro. And there he is, floating, the special Adonis himself. There he is, the flying faggots of the hour man, walking down double lining in Main Street, sucking off your homies meat.
There he is, the biggest queen in the universe.
Why did you guys give him this levitating effect? Like, at least your wire work isn't shit, but why is his leg so fucking still? It's like he's standing on an invisible block, being told, all right, you're gonna do the Michael Jackson dance, but first you need to hit a proper fucking pose, eyes forward, and we'll give you your mark. Like, any second, I just expect a Michael Jackson edit of What About Us to start, just as he starts descending out of the sky. Just, oh god! This is episode 5. What the fuck am I about to say in episode 6? God damn it! Oh, like angels but in hell, by God. Oh, this is gonna get pretentious real fast. And it's 50 minutes.
Do you want to see the first one? Because I don't want to just sit here and watch all these with you, but I feel like you will literally lose your shit when you see what they put out for in episode 1.
I would, but I actually have to go at 9.
Okay.
I've got another thing. So I don't even on double speed, we do not have enough time.
Okay. I had to take a break from playing the game because, oh my god, my brain was starting to fry. I have to do this shit twice.
I will definitely watch these. Wait, when I'm at work, I usually put things on for background noise. This will be that this week.
Okay.
So I feel like I have discovered a gem, not because it's good, but because it's so bad that I have to watch it through other people.
Yep. So now that I can be able to do my work from home, I can be able to spend more time actually making content properly.
Nice.
Yeah. Try to finish this fucking mission. Because I had to reset it because I didn't find all of the fucking apples to trigger the achievement, and I don't think you're allowed to backtrack to this area. Because of course it's one of those missions. I hate these kinds of missions.
Stupid. I hate those types where, like, especially in a game like this, you should be able to backtrack. I don't know, take some more funny drugs or whatever.
Funny drugs.
Number 15.
It's just like chicken.
Number 15. Ibuprofen from your mom's purse.
Whatever happened to that guy? Is he still doing videos? Or did he, like... I hope he didn't get shamed off the internet. I would have gone right for the gig.
I don't...
No, he was Smiling Friends.
Yeah, I don't think he got shamed off the internet, but I don't think he made content of his own. At least, I don't think he did.
He did, like... Because I used to watch him. No, he has his own YouTube channel. It was called Chills. That was what he was from. And before that, he did voice acting for, like, before that, he did voice acting for, like, one of the top 5 channels. That's where the Burger King foot lettuce meme came from.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact he had his own channel called Chills. And, like, I just thought it was funny. I was like, man, if people made a meme of my voice, I would just embrace it.
Well,
I'd be like, oh, you can watch me. Here are all the channels you can watch me and make fun of me on.
I swear he had, like, a voice cameo in that Smiling Friends show. The one made by, Psychic Pills and that one other guy.
He just had the perfect, like, the perfect voice acting for, like, being serious and, like, blunt as you're saying ridiculously shit. It's amazing.
It's that deadpan voice.
Don't think I got whatever achievement I'm supposed to get from this area. It feels like I'm missing something. I probably am. Go back to this fucking stupid trophy, because I feel like I'm missing some apples somewhere. Apple pie trophy atomic heart.
Apple pie trophy.
Chad is telling me that he still makes videos. That's good.
That's good. I'm glad. Because, like, yeah, his voice became a meme, but it was like a harmless meme. So I hope he just embraced it. That's what I would do.
Yeah, it's a smart thing to do. Wait. He dropped a new review. So, Carl, Seth made a new video, so I'm hopping off.
Okay.
You'll watch.
I'm actually gonna hop off as well. It's been fun, but I have to go. I have a thing at 9 that I have to go do, and it's like 7 minutes till. So nice talking to you guys. We should do this again.
Yeah, nice talking to you as well.
I'll probably be live tomorrow as well. I just want to be.
Well, I'm doing a stream tomorrow, so I'm actually busy.
Okay.
Tina, you stream?
Yeah.
She does.
Wait, I didn't know that.
It's only been since October, so it's a very new development. Yeah, I've been streaming my Final Fantasy 14 playthrough.
Nice.
Wait, actually, because I know you started playing it, I just didn't know you streamed it.
I started doing it in October.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to join.
It's very new. I'm just gonna stream tomorrow at noon, and I go for about 4 hours. I only do it on weekends because I have to go work on the weekdays. So, but
well, it'll be fun. All right.
Nice talking to you guys.
Okay.
Talking to you.
Gotta go.
Yeah, now you're here.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye.
Adios.
Apparently, I have only collected 99, so I'm having a feeling that this fucking achievement is bugged. Just like half the fucking achievements in the game, apparently. I don't see where I missed any apples. Feels like the fucking achievement is right at 99. Because it keeps giving me a pop-up in the corner.
Also, Carl, did you see that video that I posted in a non-podcast chat or whatever it's called?
I see the tag, but I haven't gotten the tag.
It's supposed to be that clip of you falling through the map, but it's David Bowie's Space Odyssey playing.
Okay.
I thought that was funny.
Yep, let's see here. Okay, yeah, there's a thing right here that's saying it. Right here in this video. This achievement is bugged as on release, and I don't think it's been patched. So I think I can't get this achievement, even though I think I collected all of them. That is dog shit. Remember how Tina was asking me my opinion of this game, and I was trying to describe the good things that it does? This is the other thing that makes it really hard to give good opinions about a game, or to be able to give an opinion that is not going to be tainted by the stupidity of what is supposed to be really easy to code things. Like, why the fuck is this game's trophies being bugged? How are they getting this bugged? Why are they getting this bugged? How is this not one of the things that you immediately test before you launch the game and release it to a buying public audience? How do you justify being able to do this? And I hope this is not a achievement that's required for other things. I hope it's not required for the ending. Because if this is supposed to be a required thing for the ending, I cannot be able to say, oh, well, it's okay, except for a couple of these bugs, but the gameplay is alright. It's like, no! I'm missing a fundamental piece of the game. It's like playing a JRPG where part of the continuing story is that you have to play the end game. Like, the section of, Dragon Quest XI's, where after you do the overworld quest, there's that whole extra quest line involving what happens with the orb in the desert. Like, that's content. And you can't make me miss out on content. Then I'm gonna be upset.
And rightfully so.
I'm praying and hoping that I just maybe passed it and didn't pick it up on my way to the exit. But I've done this twice now, and I don't see any of them that I missed, because you can't go inside the house. This fucking jump is so goddamn autistic.
Well, it must be perfect for me.
Just trying to make sure that I found it. This door is getting bombed, so you can't walk in this. Can't get in the house whatsoever. There, you loot Yagan. This I don't think so. Yeah, nothing here, nothing on the tank. Maybe it's in Loot Yagan's head? No. No, it's not on the sides. Because I'm looking at all these videos of people doing it and they're not running up on the sides, finding like a secret one hidden in a corner. Missing there. Because I think after I finish this and this cutscene, that'll be the end of the stream for today. And then I should have a new video out in the morning. So I spent all day working on the new title that's going to be at the beginning of all my videos. It's not even a very big thing. It was just like a small animation I needed to put together. So I can start watermarking my shit. Why does that look like cock and balls? Yeah, the exit looks like a giant tube of cock and balls. Four big guys, and they busted my eyes, fucking my butt just like apple pie.
No, he's like eating my ass like apple pies. I don't know who fucking apple pie. That's just wrong.
Free, my boy. You're alive.
I guess so, yeah.
Comrade Sechenov. The government commissioned...
I'd call that an American war crime.
Molotov's body is here. What about the others? How many people were with him? 15 or so. Some of them may have survived. Find out.
What the fuck happened here? Who the fuck did this?
Guess the robots got in. You were fortunate to escape unharmed. Comrade Sechenov.
I don't think robots got in. I think he had a delusional episode and he murdered all of them.
All the members of the commission...
Or the glove knocked him out, took over his body upgrade style, and killed them.
...are dead. All of them. This is tragic, but it changes nothing. Collective must still be activated. I couldn't agree more. But what should we
God
do
damn
with the
it.
dead
The glove went
member?
postal.
We don't have a lot of options here, right? Handle it. Mikhail, head to the radio station and make sure power to the government line has been cut. Make it quick. Yes, sir, but the Kremlin will be expecting a report from Comrade Molotov. I will personally inform the Politburo
God damn, why are the bots so fucking sexy?
of this tragedy.
Look at the ass on that fucking bot.
Hurry, Mikhail.
One-handed!
We don't have much time.
It should have been me!
Left. Help.
Carl.
How are you doing, my boy?
Not good. I failed you again. This is too much.
It's too much for all of us. This terrible incident.
Hey, yo! This is a little bit much, guys. Like, do we need this much ass in the frame? This feels like a fetish. This feels like a fetish.
I don't know, I can't see shit. I'm playing Tetris right now.
I have no idea what's happening, but it feels horny in here. You ain't horny in here?
What? What was that?
A tribute to the departed.
Comrade Sechenov, we've got a problem. The central hub is broadcasting. Someone is trying to send information to the West.
Who? Who could have done that?
There are only two people who could have done it. You and Petrov.
Petrov's dead. I saw his body.
Just his body. Petrov is first and foremost a head.
It was his body. How's that possible?
Filatov.
When your accomplice is a neurosurgeon of Dr. Filatova's caliber, then anything is possible. Have you traced the signal?
Petrov is masking his signature, but I'm sure he's in one of the scientific centers.
Did you hear that, my boy? Go find him. Right now.
Oh, we're not going to talk about the ghoul monster? Alright then. Just randomly take my fucking weapons out of my hands. Very cool. Very cool.
What the hell
Thank
happened
you,
down
Kanye. What exactly are you asking about?
Who killed the government commission? How did I survive?
Sorry, I cannot help you. You suddenly lost consciousness as though you'd been struck from behind. When that happened, I was also disabled.
What was that monster made of red polymer?
That was a neuropolymer data storage.
A data storage. What does it store? Dead bodies? The boss said it was a tribute to the departed. What's that got to do with data?
You will have to ask Dr. Sechenov himself. For my part, all I can say is that Professor Zaharov died the exact same way.
This is fucking nuts. I really thought the polymer was harmless. Fair enough.
Find Petrov and return to Chelome as soon as possible. This will be the best outcome for everyone.
Charles, why did that monster, you know, the red polymer thing, the data storage, why did it look like a person?
Dr. Sechenov's idea. He wanted it to move independently.
Why would a data storage need to walk around? So it could run off someplace and get lost along with all its important information?
It won't run off. It's as loyal to Dr. Sechenov as the ballerina twins. When Dr. Sechenov releases it into the outside world, it always remains near him as an additional security measure.
Security? So it can attack people?
What do you think, Comrade Major? Why would a neuropolymer substance capable of dissolving a human being in mere seconds need to be able to move independently?
Shit on a shingle? You're telling me that Jellyman can sneak up behind someone and kill them instantly without leaving a trace?
It does remind me of a certain person who died under mysterious circumstances and without witnesses after slipping and falling into a bath.
Crispy critters. Yeah, makes you think. So, Charles, when Dr. Sechenov sends his twins somewhere on an assignment to, say, Stockhausen, he's guarded by that red monster?
Makes sense. Comrade Stockhausen is incapable of independently reaching his destination within a facility swarming with hostile robots, and Sechenov would never remain unguarded.
Why? He's a hero of the Soviet Union. Everybody loves the guy. Why would anybody want to hurt him?
Why indeed, Comrade Major?
You think there are people in the Kremlin who are jealous of him and want to get rid of him?
It's more likely that they just want power over Collective. If you rule the world, it's hardly surprising if people want to take your throne. Very powerful people.
I'd rather have Dr. Sechenov be the General Secretary of Collective than anybody else.
The General Secretary? Is that what you think he's going to be?
Of course. What else would he be?
I hope you're right.
So naive. Oh, fucking Christ. The game throws too much shit at you for you to be able to think about.
Charles, how could that prick Petrov send intel to the West? The facility's under lockdown.
Petrov cannot transfer anything directly to anyone, or he would have already done so. That is why he is attempting to deceive Collective's central control hub.
Are you talking about that big-ass ball floating in the sky? You mean Petrov's somewhere close by?
I believe so. The emergency protocol has blocked most communication between Facility 3826 and the outside world. This block cannot be overcome. An entire scientific academy would be required. such as the Academy of Consequences.
Then what's he hoping to accomplish?
As you have no doubt already observed, there is one communication channel connected to the outside world that is not subject to the emergency protocol.
The secret government line.
Quite right. That channel is used by Dr. Sechenov to contact the Kremlin. No one else has access to it.
Yeah, no one except Granny Xena. So, what's Petrov trying to pull?
I believe he is trying to dupe the central hub by passing himself off as Dr. Sechenov.
That son of a bitch.
He just believes it. It's 10 It's 10 out of 10 possible. This is 10 out of 10 possible that the plot of the game is probably a lie being fed to my character. He's actually a sleeper agent.
There is no Easter Bunny, there is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no England.
Saving data.
Was that really the first fucking save point? I'm not even close to where I need to be. Yes, it was. I'm turning around. That's the only save point here, and before that giant trek, that'll be the end. Oh my god, why is this area so big? I feel like it's gonna make me go all the way over here. So why is it making me go here to this testing ground 9? That's something for me to do next stream. Alright, that's enough. Enough of the game. I have editing to do. Goodbye, everyone. Is Potaga himbo? Yes, I guess. I suppose he would be. Do not breed with them, Carl. They'll get polymer in their balls. But I want to be petted by the ballerinas. Happy petting. I'll become Russian for 15 minutes.
Oh, Yawasaki.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Bye, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.